Shout out to the big homie Bryce. Bryce, congratulations on the promotion. We're all proud of you, big fella. Patrick, see you. Manny. Miss P, hey now, Schmutty Field. Appreciate y'all being in here. Show getting started in just about 90 seconds ish. I don't know. My clock is off. It might be like 2 minutes now. Little iPad clock's off. I don't know. How does the iPad clock even like? I didn't even miss.
The guns are out.
It's hot. I'm how far behind you? Yeah, that's about how I guessed it. Yeah, that's about how I got it. I don't know what to do with my iPad. Like, how is the iPad wrong? Of course, it's an old ass iPad, so that might have something to do with it. There you go. Yeah, get outside, man. Enjoy it. I'm hoping to do that this weekend. Kenny, can you say something for me?
Check.
I'll make sure. Yep, all good. Brick House Industries. Y'all killing it over there with the King's Beat, man. Great stuff. Great stuff. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Well, I figure I got to get used to a gear like this because I probably won't wear this stuff into the office. I mean, except like when it's 110, then I will wear it to the office, and kiss my ass. But I'm already hot. Like I leave the doors and windows and stuff open for the girls downstairs. It's like, man, I probably should have closed up and clicked the air on. It's a little.
Cold
for sure.
As hell. I'm already knowing that's how they do you.
Yeah,
in the offices.
Keep you awake.
I remember that at the Comcast offices. Oh man.
What's good, baby? Happy Wednesday to you. Welcome in to the May 4th edition of Dillon and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with
funny.
us.
Acknowledge me.
I think that'll be my bit. Just switch them up whenever I can.
Acknowledge me.
I get them all except for Roman, man. James Sam's going to join us. He's the Roman Reigns of the show. He'll be with us coming up at 3:00. We'll get a little insight from him on a couple of things surrounding the Sacramento Kings head coaching search, a couple of things surrounding Monte McNair, and who James bumped into downtown yesterday. James had an eventful couple of days.
He has.
We'll talk.
A lot going on.
We'll talk to James about those eventful days coming up. Of course, we'll talk more about the coaching search. No news to report. Just kind of some of you see the poll question. At least those who on YouTube, you certainly see it. You can vote in that poll question. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Pretty simple question. I feel like I'm going to know the answer to. I feel like I know the answer to it for most people. We'll get early poll results here, and it's going along exactly the way I expected. The question is: has your opinion changed on any of the three Kings coaching finalists? That's the question. So we'll report the percentages later on as we get a more tally of numbers, but I don't expect the percentage that I'm seeing right now to change very much. So we'll bring that to you. Fun games last night. One was fun because I'm rooting for the Boston Celtics. The other was fun just because it was basketball. Unfortunately, the Warriors-Grizzlies game was marred a little bit by the injury to Gary Payton, and more specifically, how the injury took place, the flagrant 2 from Dillon Brooks very, very early in the game. Dillon Brooks getting thrown out, and of course, Steph, Draymond, Steve Kerr, everybody's reaction to that foul. But it don't, and we'll talk a lot about that, but I don't want to take away from the performance that the Memphis Grizzlies had last night and that Ja Morant had last night.
Well, I mean, no, you don't want to take away from that performance, but a lot of the times in the playoffs, it's about stories, right? And Dillon Brooks, Ja Morant was phenomenal, a moment in Memphis with him going for 47 and doing what he did in the fourth quarter. But I've had my ear to the street all day. I've had my ear to the street in multiple cities all day long. That ain't the story.
Okay.
That's not the story.
So that's a damn shame because it should be. I understand. I understand. That was a hit. Kobe and LeBron and Ja Morant. That's it.
Yeah.
Multiple. Come on now.
Yeah.
That's a story.
Yeah. I know.
I get it.
I know. 12 was phenomenal towards the end of that game last night. But I mean, obviously the whole deal with Dillon Brooks and fouling, his flagrant foul ejection on Gary Payton II, feel terrible for Gary Payton II.
Yeah.
Man. Feel terrible. I mean, what a season he's had. Yeah. He had some great moments in these playoffs, the closeout game against the Nuggets. He did a great job in game 1 against the Grizzlies. And he was primed to, people get carried away, a breakout performance. I don't know about all that, but he was out there. He was on a huge stage with one of the most popular team in sports in the NBA playoffs. And he was going to show what he could do. And for him to lose that opportunity and to be knocked out of the playoffs, I just feel terrible for the guy, man. I really do. I wish him a speedy recovery, and I hope he gets well soon. But, I mean, the foul itself, the ejection, and what people believe is going to be suspension for Dillon Brooks. It's a lot, man. There's a lot of different opinions going on. What's yours, Damien, before I get into mine?
The suspension, I understand everything Steve Kerr said last night and Steph, and I understand they're upset. I understand when you foul someone, 1, from behind, 2, in the air. Those are 2, and Steve, Coach Steve Kerr kind of said this. You don't do that. You can foul hard. Like, we get it. It's physical. It was playoffs, but you don't do that. I think when you start talking about suspensions, you have to start talking about intent. And I feel terrible for Gary Payton II. It's just awful. I don't think Dillon Brooks is a dirty player. It was the wrong play. If you want to call it a dirty play, it's fine. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to cap for him here. But you have to be able to suspend a player. I think you've got to be able to judge intent. I don't think he was trying to take Gary Payton out last night. Gary Payton II out. I don't think he was trying to do that.
Yeah.
Bad play. Poor judgment, and it ended with the worst possible circumstance. If you suspend him because of what happened to Gary Payton, that's not true to I think the rules of a suspension. Right. That's a reactionary suspension in terms of, like, you're reacting to the injury. Like we often say, like, fouls, what might be a flagrant 1 will become a flagrant 2 by the way a player falls, by the way a player reacts. I hate what happened to Gary Payton II. It's a really, really tough call if you suspend Dillon Brooks, to me, because you're essentially saying what he did to Gary Payton yesterday, he did it on purpose.
All right. And I don't think it was intentional at all either. It was reckless, but I don't believe it was intentional. Dillon Brooks is a hard-nosed player. He's a rough player. He's aggressive. We'll talk about it later. I'd love to see Dillon Brooks in Sacramento.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he was out of line. And here's the thing when you talk about suspension, because when I look at this situation, you suspend them, it's all reactionary, right? Because the flagrant 2 in game 1 on Draymond Green, I mean, we talked about it at the time.
I see where
Brandon Clark could have easily busted his head open, could have easily broken his wrist with what happened, but he didn't. So there was never any talk of suspension with Draymond Green. Gary Payton did get injured. He is out for probably the playoffs. So part of saying that he should be suspended, Dillon Brooks, part of that is reactionary to what happened to Gary Payton II. But if you want to be reactionary and you want to do well, actually, or shout out Ramsey. Well, actually, all right. Is this what you'd be asking yourself? Is this a 2-game suspension? Because he went out with
lost.
3 minutes to go in game 2, or 3 minutes into game 2.
Yeah.
He lost for that entire game. That was a game suspension. So now you're asking yourself, are we going to essentially make this a 2-game suspension for what happened because he got hurt?
And again, completely agree. What I think Warriors fans would counter with this, and the Golden State Warriors themselves might counter with this as well. We lost Gary Payton for the whole game and then some. We ain't getting Gary Payton II back in game 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7. So, that's not how this works. I understand that's not how this works. But I do wonder, I feel like you're setting a precedent if you do this, though. Like, if you're the NBA, and I don't know if this is Joe Dumars' new role, because didn't Kiki Vandeweghe, wouldn't he be the one who would announce these punishments?
I think so.
And is this what Joe Dumars is doing now? Yeah. Unless you can explain why you believe Dillon Brooks was intentional in this movement. And if you can, hey, that's the game. But if you can't, man, it's a tough precedent you're setting if you're the NBA. Yeah. And again, no one's denying what happened to Gary Payton II. It's just awful. But in these situations, you have to judge intent. Dillon Brooks was wrong. He was thrown out of the game. To me, that's the punishment. The fact that Gary Payton II is going to be out further, that sucks. But unless we're going to institute a new rule that says if a player is injured directly because of a foul you commit, you're out the same length they are. Unless you're going to institute that rule, I don't know, man. It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. I hated that the game started like that.
Do you have any issue with Steve Kerr after the game?
That's what I would want my coach to do. I don't have an issue with Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Steph Curry. I don't have an issue with that's exactly what I would want them to say if I was a Golden State Warrior.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question because I understand it, and I'm.
Steve Kerr said, by the way, for those who didn't see it, Dillon Brooks broke code. There's a brotherhood amongst guys, and there are certain types of fouls you don't commit. That wasn't a hard foul, that wasn't a physical foul, it was a dirty play, and that's essentially what Steve Kerr said.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand him saying that. I don't know. I'm not gonna get into one being worse than the other or whatever the case may be. I mean, I look at the Draymond situation, and I mean, that was crazy. We talked about it on here. That was just as crazy. This was extremely reckless by Dillon Brooks. But I do believe, like Dillon Brooks, he went to make sure he didn't get a layup. He did go after the ball. He was in a position where it was almost impossible to get the ball. But if there was any possibility of trying to get the ball and get a chase down block, he was going to try and do it. And I think that was his intention, and not allowing him to get a free layup or a free dunk at the rim. I think that was his intention more as, I'm going to put a hurting on this dude. You know what I mean? And obviously nobody, I don't even think we even need to talk about him saying like, oh, I'm going to make sure he's injured. Like, obviously that's not what anybody's thinking. But I can see somebody saying, hey, he's trying to set a tone. He's trying to make sure no layups or whatever. That's part of that's part of the game. That's part of the game. But that was not the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
Especially from the Grizzlies. Yeah. That's I think again, optics are such an important part to plays like this. The injury, obviously, that's the most glaring part of this. But the wind up, the speed, there are so many different things that come into play here. But I'm with you in the sense that I don't think there was an intent. I think the windup makes it look worse. Again, we're talking about optics. The windup, if you're looking, if you're the NBA and you're examining this and you're looking for intent, the only thing that I think you could point to and say intent is that windup. You'd be assuming a whole lot in that regard if you're the NBA. But I think that's the one thing that you can point to and go, oh, what were you doing here?
And also, real quick before we get out of here, I think he will be suspended, and I don't have a problem with him being suspended. Like I really don't have a problem with him being suspended. That's a tough play.
You've got to explain
to have.
Hey, I'm for it. If you set a tone like, hey, intent be damned, you don't commit fouls. This is essentially, if this were the NFL, this would be the defenseless receiver. Right, that's what this penalty. Like, you don't do that. If the NBA wants to set that tone and use this foul to set that tone, I'm all for it. We'll come back. Obviously, we'll talk a lot more about this. I do want to give Ja Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies their due as well. So we'll talk some about the game and a wire-to-wire win for the Boston Celtics as they pull even with the Milwaukee Bucks. Lots of basketball ahead. We will dive into Kings talk as well. We're just getting started. It's Dillon and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. What you doing, baby? Huh?
That's crazy. I remember when he was in college. I didn't feel like it was that long ago that he was in college. Yeah.
Honey, it's going to be a really long day if you're going to do this. You think you could just lay down? Okay. By the way, Cole, I've seen you try to allude to this a couple of times, so I'm just going to respond to you the best I can. James Ham has been more than vocal about the surliness of Dave Yeager. He gets along with Dave now, and him and Dave, have a relationship, but he's been more than honest about the kind of awkward way Dave Yeager goes about things. So I'm not sure why you keep bringing that up or why you felt the need to bring it up 10 times yesterday and first thing you brought up today. If you want to go back and list, there's a playlist on the YouTube page, all of James Ham's interviews or our conversations with James. If you want to go listen to all of them, go listen to them, man. They're all in there for you, my man. Every single one of them. And he is awkward. I don't know another way to say it, man. He's kind of a weird dude. I mean, a weird, people person.
Yeah, guys, I don't,
What's
I
up,
don't
Brian?
know.
You seen in a while, buddy?
Some people saying he didn't go for the ball. I disagree with that.
I mean, okay. So let's go with that. We'll ask the people who said the same thing. You think Dillon Brooks' intent was to hurt him, like to take him out?
Yeah, the hard foul was reckless, and I mean, I just feel like it's also results based, right? And Gary Payton was out for the game, now going to be out for the season. That's why people think he should be suspended. Brandon Clark got up and was fine, and we never heard any. Matter of fact, it was like the exact opposite about Draymond. It was like the NBA is super soft. You know what I mean? So that's crazy. Yeah. I'm not saying he should be. I think he will be though, and I don't really have a problem with it, with him being suspended for.
And since, man, he.
I think he'll.
the wind up hurts, but like, I mean, we just got to keep the same energy. He went to check on him. Isn't that what y'all said about Draymond Green?
Right.
He literally walks right over to him, and I think he walks away when he sees that he's hurt. And his teammates come over to him. That's kind of when he steps away.
I'll tell you this: if I'm looking to put somebody on the ground, I'm not checking on them. Like, I'm not trying to hurt them, but I get a hard foul. Getting up, I'm walking away. I'm going to the other side.
I hate that I'm watching this video this closely. You know what could have thrown the whole thing off?
Was Ja grabbing his arm?
Ja fouled him first.
Yeah.
Ja slowed the whole thing down. He regrouped. He kind of regathers the ball.
And you see, that's where Dillon was about to take flight, but there was a direction turn because Gary Payton got grabbed by Ja, and he couldn't take flight that way.
Yeah.
So, running it, I mean, hey man, I would like to think that I'd be as impartial as I could be. Maybe I would sound different if it was a Kings player. I don't think so, but you never know, man.
I mean, come on now, that's like saying we're rooting for like Gary Payton to get injured.
Right.
We're rooting for a player to get injured.
Right. Like, not everything has ulterior motives, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, not everything is, you got a dog in a fight or all this other stuff, man. Nah.
Yeah, Brian, we know what we're talking about now is what's next. Man, not one reference to Ja Morant's game here during the commercial break. Just a constant reference on this play. And, everyone sees the same thing. Everyone sees the same foul, and everyone tries to interpret it their own way. There's a lot of different things happening here on this play. And again, it's just unfortunate, man. It sucks for the Warriors. It sucks for Gary Payton II. And, what will it mean for the Memphis Grizzlies moving forward? We'll find out. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's like the poll going on and on YouTube about the Kings finalists. Have you changed your mind on any of the three coaches, or has anything swayed you? I think once do people get swayed anymore? Like, honest question. Can something sway your opinion? I feel like especially on a polarizing topic like this, when you take something like, I feel like the NBA world, NBA Twitter is talking about this specific play. You're not talking about the Celtics running wire to wire on the Bucks. I think like sprinkles here and there. They're talking about Ja.
Mm-hmm.
Will Smith, Chris Rock, everybody had a take. Find some moment in sports. Everybody got to take. Find some moment in the world. Everybody got to take. I think everyone's take on this play that they had last night is the same exact one that they have now. I don't know, man. It sucks. I hate it. I don't think Dillon Brooks was trying to take his head off.
No,
but
I don't think so either. But it happened, right? Like, it happened. So he's got to deal. He's got to deal with, the fact that he fouled him hard. I don't know. Like we talked about earlier, I don't know if it's like, oh, Gary Payton got hurt, so now you suspend him. I'm just talking about the actual foul. Like, I don't think he was trying to foul him or trying to do something crazy to him, but he did foul him, and he did foul him hard, hit him in the head and all this other stuff. So I think he's got to, he's got to deal with that. He's got to deal with that. I think I'd actually be surprised if he wasn't suspended for Game 3. I'd be a little shocked. I think he will be suspended for Game 3. I think the things that Steve Kerr said yesterday during the game and after the game, I think that'll be in the heads of the decision makers in that situation. And part of me believes that the fact that Gary Payton II got hurt is going to play a factor in it as well, subconsciously. I mean, they're going to try and be like, no, we're just going to look at what happened. But I mean, they're humans as well, though. You can't, the deciding factor, in my opinion, that you can't get away from, that you can't get out of your head, is the fact that with Draymond and Brandon Clark got up, continued to play, and Gary Payton II's season is probably over. Like, you can try to say, nope, I'm not going to think about that. But like I said, we're humans. That's got to creep into their head a little bit.
That's a tough shot to the head, though, man. That's a really hard shot to the head that he took. Yeah. Inadvertent or intentional. That's a tough. Can we also acknowledge too, as I've watched this on loop now for 10 minutes, how great Gary Payton found that lane, and Draymond saw it right away. Just from a basketball perspective, Gary Payton II finds that lane. Draymond sees it right away. He's flying into that lane, and it happens the way it does. Like Ja, I don't even know who the foul was called against because Ja grabbed him. I don't remember if the personal foul was called against Ja and a flagrant foul was called against Dillon Brooks, but Ja fouled him first, like grabbed him and almost turned him because he split. He split. The defense had a clear lane. Draymond saw it right away, and he was off to the races. Unfortunate, man. Unfortunate. And it's unfortunate also that incident 3 minutes into the game has taken away from what was a really, really incredible performance from Ja Morant, who played 40 minutes last night and went for 47, 8, and 8. I feel like we say this a lot with Ja. Man, it was a breakout performance. Like this dude, this dude, Ja Morant he's full superstar level now, isn't he?
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. This guy's a star, man. 12 is a star. Guy's a real deal, man. And what he's able to do in a lot of these moments. One of the things that I feel like he's able to do is he overcomes don't quote me on this, but poor play. Like he doesn't always play like perfect, but he's able to snap out of it and make great plays late in games. I thought that was what happened. Yeah, a lot in game one. Like he didn't have the greatest game in game one, but come crunch time, he was able to make some big plays to get them in a position to possibly win that game. Yesterday, he was playing really well. He played a lot better than he did in game one throughout the game. But even like defensively, I think he has defensive lapses and things of that nature. But he's such a force of nature with his aggressiveness and his confidence and the way that he attacks that he's able to look past any short. Well, he had us thinking, well, I'm looking past any shortcomings that Ja has and knows that once it's crunch time, once the game's on the line, he won't be deterred by anything that's gone on previously. He's going to come to make that play. I love that about him, man. I love that he cannot be deterred. It's the same thing that I talk about and really stuck out to me last year with Giannis. And I was talking about how tough Giannis was, and you can't break him. Like the guy's airballing free throws. What does he do next time he gets the rock? He's attacking the basket. Knowing he's going to get fouled, he's going to go back to the line. He airballing threes. What does he do when he gets an open look at a three? He shoots it. Like that's the mental toughness I'm talking about. Ja has the same type of qualities to him where he just doesn't stop. I love that about Ja.
Yeah, he did a little bit of everything yesterday. He was aggressive getting to the basket, which his aggressiveness put him at the foul line.
And knocked down his free throws.
And he did. Yeah, absolutely. He knocked down his free throws, 12 of 13, I believe. And he didn't shy away from shooting the three and the flow of the offense either. A lot of things went wrong for the Golden State Warriors outside of the injury to Gary Payton. Also, I assume Jordan Poole's probably back in the starting lineup. Steph backcourt.
Yeah, he is. But here's where Gary Payton being gone hurts. I mean, you saw at the end of that game, nobody could guard Ja.
Yeah.
And Jordan Poole, he's going to put pressure on him because of what he's able to do offensively. Such a talented offensive player. But defensively, he's going to pose some problems for what they're trying to do. And Gary Payton II was a guy that could hang with Ja and do certain things on the defensive end, being quick enough and physical enough with him to make things a little difficult. Now they're going to have to find a guy. Maybe it's Wiggins. Maybe Poole steps up. Maybe Clay. I don't know. But Poole will be back in the starting lineup. But what does that do to them defensively?
I don't know if this happens to anyone else, but we're so used to seeing certain things from the Golden State Warriors, particularly Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, that when they lose a game like they did last night, when they lose a close game like they did last night, some of the very regular things that you see from Steph and Klay look a lot different. Mm-hmm. Like I started analyzing the game in the fourth quarter after like Klay took his third bad shot. Like I felt like Klay took some just tough, didn't make sense shots. Steph, he took a lot of Steph-like shots. 2 dribbles past half court, pull up for 3, catch the ball near the logo, take a step forward, shoot a 3. Like he took a lot of those, and those, you know, like Steph's energy is always the same. He's going to take those because he believes he can make them. He missed a lot of them yesterday. He missed a lot of them badly.
Yeah.
But do you ever look back at games like that and think, oh man, like what were the Warriors doing in this game? Like the stuff that makes the Warriors so much fun, the stuff that the Warriors have done all of these years that have really kind of either captivated the NBA, or if you're a fan of another team, irritated you. Those things look a lot different when you lose a close game, because you start looking like if you get a better possession on the you know, Klay's second poor shot, and maybe Steph, you know, runs a different play rather than shooting a, you know, 2 steps above the logo 3, you know, maybe you have a different outcome. But I find myself doing that a lot with the Golden State Warriors, particularly because the shots Steph takes are bad for almost everybody else except him. There's a handful of players that they're not bad for. Obviously, he's certainly one of them. But when you look around, it's like, oh, I don't want that. Like, but Buddy Hield, the Sacramento Kings shooting those, we're screaming our heads off the next day. Steph shooting them, even though they're the same. For those who watch NBC Sports California, you know Steph, Buddy. You look back at Steph like, damn, probably as Troy Aikman would say, he'd like that one back, Joe. I think he'd like that one back.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. I always thought about, it's obviously way easier said than done. But I always say, just take away those threes as much as possible, run them off the line as much as possible.
But how do you do that when you shoot that far back?
You just keep running. So one of the things that you do, for instance, is like, think about the game winning shot, I guess, in game 1 that Klay Thompson hit. He hit the 3. And Desmond Bane runs out to him, and he flies out to him, gets a little pump fake, flies by him. Well, Klay is going to take that pump fake, 1 dribble sidestep, shoot the 3. In my opinion, once again, easier said than done. There's guys that work on this all night long. These guys watch all this film. I'm not saying that they haven't talked about this, but in that situation, you run right up on Klay Thompson at the 3-point line. You don't jump past him. You run right up on him where there's no room for a shot. And essentially, traditionally, he would be taught to pump fake, attack the basket. Well, these guys, they're usually so thirsty for the 3, they'll maybe step back or they'll force a shot. And because they are who they are, they're going to make some of them shots. Like they're going to make them because they're great. Klay, Steph, all this other stuff. But if you stay consistent and stay disciplined in the game plan, what you're looking for is, and I always go back to it, is you're looking for a situation where they don't always get the looks they want. They keep going back and forth, and they force up a shot like Steph Curry, Game 7, 2016 against Kevin Love, where he's got Kevin Love on him. He should be taking it to the cup. No, gets so thirsty for that knockout blow and that answer that he's searching for this 3-pointer that ends up being a bad shot. I say that saying that's your only hope against a team like the Warriors. And you got to hope that the ones that they force up and the thirsty shots that they take, they don't make them. And if they make them, you just tip your hat and you be like, we're not doing nothing tonight against these guys. They're too much. But, you know, they take those shots that you just talked about often. And you've got to, if you're defending them, you've got to kind of feed into that thirstiness of them to take those threes and get them to take some bad shots.
And this may very well be because Steve Kerr pointed it out in his first quarter interview in game, wherever it was. I don't remember what game it was. This is somewhere in the first round. I think it was where they were trying to close out.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, we're trying to win the game in the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Warriors are always going for the knockout blow. And I'm absolutely admitting this may be because Steve Kerr put it in my head. They're trying to put a team away because, I mean, let's be honest, they're capable.
Yeah.
They're trying to put a team away really, really early. And there would be a point where, they're up one. Steph gets the ball across half court and takes one of those threes. And if it hits, you're shutting Memphis down quick. Like it gets quiet fast. But if it doesn't, you get a long rebound going the other way. And perhaps now all of a sudden you're down one or down two. And I feel like that. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad, not even necessarily. It's not a bad mentality to have, period. You want an assassin. And this team has multiple assassins on their team. You want someone who can do that. But when you can't close out, it sure looks a lot different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I agree. And that's just who they are. That's part of what got them to where they've been in the last decade.
For sure.
Right? It's that ability to go for the gusto. And not only go for the gusto, but cash in on it. Knock down those shots. The Warriors are a great team. They're stacked right now. And the other thing about, the defensive strategy that I just talked about is, and why it's easier said than done, is because the movement that they have on offense. Yeah, you can say, hey, just don't run out and stay there at the two. But they'll set you up where, you close out, you don't move. They give it to Draymond. You take a natural step back. They come off a Draymond screen, handoff screen, and get a wide open three that way. So they have so much that they can do in that offense and with the constant movement that it's tough to always stay disciplined and stay locked in what the game plan is for 48 minutes. And even when you do, it still might not be enough, which is also something that can be frustrating as well. So it's a great team, man. It's a great team. I think it's going to be a great series. I think the Warriors are going to win the series. I just don't know if Memphis has enough right now, but I know this. I know Memphis needs to find a way to get one of those games in Golden State. Else this series can be done relatively quickly.
You're going to need Zaire Williams or Brandon Clark to get you one of those double-digit nights at the Chase Center.
Yeah, for sure.
You're going to have one of those role players step up. And if Dillon Brooks is suspended, like you think he may be, and the interesting thing about this, they don't play till Saturday. Mm-hmm. We might not know if Dillon Brooks is suspended for a couple of days. Mm-hmm. I feel like and maybe because I don't feel like we'll find out today. I think at the earliest we'll find out tomorrow. We might not find out till Friday.
Trying to think here. In 2016, I think it was a Sunday. They played on Friday. Played game Cavs Warriors. I think they played game 4 on Friday.
The suspension, of course, that cost the Golden State Warriors the championship.
Yeah, the one that they definitely would have won that.
And it cost Draymond Green the All-75 list.
Good luck.
Good luck leaving me. Good luck leaving me off the All-75 if I'm the Finals MVP.
But they played. I think this is how it went down. They played on Friday. I know that for sure. I think the suspension was on a Sunday. I don't think they played again until, I want to say Wednesday, but that's too far away. I know Game 7 was on a Sunday. So, yeah, I say that to say if there's that much time in between games, like you said, I don't think we'll learn today. We may learn something tomorrow. And if you're the NBA or if you're Memphis, hey, let us know as early as possible.
Yeah, so I feel like as we talk about this out loud, I feel like there might be some sort of, 24-hour, I don't want to say 24-hour rule, but like you get it within, like 48 hours or something along those lines. You're notified of suspensions. We'll find out. The yes, he's suspended. No, he's not. I'm less interested in that and more interested in the explanation of either.
Yeah.
Because the statement, be it from Joe Dumars or Kiki Vandeweghe or whoever is in charge of this now, you're going to have to address intent. Whether you address it as you believe he intended or you address it as we don't believe he intended, because I think that's the whole grounds of a suspension versus just a flagrant 2 that got him essentially suspended for game number 2. That was a nice little. Anything else you wanted to add? I didn't cut you off.
No, just want to give a shout out to JT. He said didn't Draymond get suspended because he had a certain amount of text? It was a certain amount of flagrant points.
Yeah, the text add up. Yeah.
What they did is they reviewed his incident with LeBron in Game 5, upgraded whatever to a flagrant 1. That gave him an extra point, and that's what got him suspended.
Poor Draymond.
You know what the got busted up yesterday.
Oh man, he really did.
Got to be like, look, I mean, it seemed intentional to me, but I don't really care about it. All right, so.
Okay, calm down, Draymond. Like, he's tough. Like, I'll never take that away from him. He took a beating. You know what the cold piece is? I really do like Draymond's game, like, a lot.
His game is valuable to not only the Warriors, but to a number of different teams. Like, he does a lot of good stuff out there.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really like Draymond Green, the player. And I think you said this, I think when we were talking to Kyle a week or 2 ago or whatever it was, it's never enough to say Draymond's really good. It's Draymond is the greatest this of all time, or Draymond is a generational ... It's where you just throw in all this extra stuff where it's like, okay, wait a minute. Hang on here. No, Draymond's really good. And like you talk about the play with Gary Payton II. It's just a great pass by Draymond to recognize you got a dude full head of steam right now hitting a passing lane that no one's. That's a great play. He does so many great things on the floor. He does take a beating, man. He's a tough player. He's just always extra, and the coverage of him is like extra.
Right. Then once again, if you say, hold on, like let's calm down, and you disagree, then no, you just casual. You just don't want you just don't know.
Oh yeah. Watch more games. Oh, who tweeted? Was it the King? Was it LeBron? Did LeBron tweet something about dweebs?
I heard he was tweeting last. I didn't see the tweets.
He was tweeting about Ja, and he said it had something to do with Ja. Did I get Chatty House? Was this a real tweet? No, this was a real tweet.
Most improved player, right?
Ja so damn tough. There's no way Ja ever have been in MIP talks. This guy is flat out star emoji and always has been. Real basketball brains know. He used the brain emoji. Not the majority of dweebs who don't even watch basketball on those voting ballots. Dweebs. Fam, when did what year is LeBron living in? Not the majority of dweebs who don't even watch basketball on those voting ballots.
Call them boys dweebs.
He's wild. By the way, before we leave this game and get to the Celtics, was Andrew Wiggins' dunk one of the coldest in-game dunks of the year?
Oh, that was nasty.
Oh, that was
nasty.
That's one
on Clark.
Oh, that's one. Like when he did it, I was like, oh, I wish that was in Golden State. Ooh. That'd be like an all-time moment in Golden, because it'd be so ridiculously loud after that. I mean, It was loud in Memphis when he did it, because you can't not react, even if it's against your team. Ooh, even if that's
my.
You make who was it? You make the DeAndre Jordan face. That was cold work. That was cold work from Andrew Wiggins.
That was just a great game last night. I enjoyed watching the first 2 games. Have been sensational in that series. And to be honest with you, I'm not giving up hope on Boston, Milwaukee.
LeBron needs to proofread his tweets, man.
Hey, Bron, I've been there. Don't worry, I understand.
He needs to proofread these joints. It's like, come on, man, but you ain't got 51 million followers.
Well, that's the thing, because sometimes when I miss a word or something like that, the tweet's already popping. It's like, dang, if I take it down, I'm gonna lose all these likes that I already got. I might have bled just for a ride. Bron ain't got that problem. He can take it down, put it back up, get another million likes. It's all good.
I really wish you hadn't uttered that entire sentence.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. Sometimes it is. Sometimes I'll forget an and I'm like, oh, dang.
I can't take the
I'm gonna have
tweet
to take
down.
it. Well,
Can't take the tweet down. It's already popping.
well, I mean, I end up taking it down because I'd rather not look like a fool than to have the tweet popping. But I'm like, man, it's already popping. I'm losing the likes on that one.
Typos are tough.
It's all bad.
Typos are tough.
LeBron ain't got that issue though.
I think you could pay like $20 a month to edit your tweet or something.
For real?
I think when you're verified, you can. I think there's like I think, isn't that what Twitter Blue is? I don't know. It ain't worth it to me. I just take mine down. My tweets don't pop. I have nothing intellectual to say.
Robert is right. Popping with 15 likes. What you think? I ain't getting LeBron. I ain't talking thousands. That ain't me. You know what I'm saying? I get 10, 15 likes. I'm like, oh, this one moving. This one moving. Is this viral?
Oh man, we jumping, baby. What's up, team? We got 8 viewers on YouTube today, baby. Let's rock. There's a Twitter, but boy, this poll question is going exactly as I expected. Has your opinion changed on any of the 3 Kings coaching finalists? We'll give you an update on that. We'll talk Bucks.
Hey, and when we come back, man, some came into my mind, man, and I need other people to be on the same wave as me.
Okay.
I need them to overstand with me, not just understand.
Let's all ride with Kenny here. We'll all find out what this is together because I ain't got no clue. Dillon with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Delivery Joe, you got something on the way, buddy? Something on the way.
Ayo.
So does
I need to get some shorts.
Your coach, homie's on the way.
Oh, that's what's up.
A third one went out, and I can't think of to who.
I need to go in there and get some shorts. It's that time.
Yeah.
It's that
Mark's
time.
been wanting some more. I need to do the 49er red embroidered on there. Go to DillonKC.com. We have not been plugging that site enough, man. There's so much good stuff on there.
Really is, man. And the spring collection is popping off. So, you put the hoodies in the bin, for the Sacramento summer, and go in there and get you some of that spring summertime joint, man. The shirts feel good. Mm-hmm. They keep you cool. Get in there, man.
Yeah, the shirts are real good. I was going to throw one on, and then this was sitting right on top. I was like, let me throw this Actively Black joint on. This is good stuff right here. Celebrate Burger Patch's birthday with $3.65 Patch Burgers today only. Go to Burger Patch, get the birthday cake shake. That's where it's at.
Kenny, how do you drink and eat all this stuff with sugar? I don't know, man. Try not to, but like I said, with sodas, you already know the rules. Like, I don't go buy sodas, but if they're here
in the house,
I got to drink them so we can get them out of here. So that's what happens with that. Everything else, to be perfectly honest, I think the only time I really dive into like sugary stuff is during the show. Outside of that, I don't.
Little pick me up.
Yeah, a little energy, something.
That's what I feel like after the show. I need a little something.
Yeah, I might have some. Like, if there's some bomb cookies in the house right now. Like, I don't know how long those are gonna last in here, but yeah, that's really about it. I don't need a lot of candy.
That's just stupid. That
is really ridiculous.
Let's go, Tyler. You got this, baby. Let's go.
You got a big dog. Yeah, I'm not really a candy guy. I don't eat a lot of candies. not ice cream, not dessert, all that. I don't really eat all that.
Rob, you still reffing?
5 hour energy.
You still reffing?
Stop my heart.
Let's see. No sugar, no crash. Might kill you, but no sugar, no crash.
It's like a 4 Loco.
Can y'all hit the can we get like there's over 200 on YouTube alone. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? We at 85 right now. We should be at triple digits.
Come on. Thumbs up, guys. Come on. I think you guys really want us to like say that.
It's 100% it. We have to get to the begging portion of the show, and this is where I beg for y'all to hit the thumbs up. And that's fine. Like I get it. It's a gimmick. Thumbs up. Begging for likes. Brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs and DaveGarciaDesigns.com. Love all this love coming in for Tyler, man. That's what I'm talking about right here.
Yes, man. Yes, indeed.
Go. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. We got a great community in here. Even Brad and Sacktown Tony. It's craziness.
Sacktown Tony, what up?
Ain't too proud to beg TLC and the Temptations. Both of them.
Oh, on the TLC.
You're right, David. That's my fault. That's my fault. Oh, that's tough, Bryant. Did you have some headaches and some sweats?
Yeah, I feel like that stuff is crack. Cookies aren't crack. C4, 5 hour energy.
Yeah, dude, cheap caffeine is the worst. Easy, Ramsey. We got 4 hours, buddy. Don't throw the rundown off, man. We need it. Like, we got it.
Ramsey, how'd you like those hockey games last night? I didn't see any highlights, but I heard there was a 3-overtime thriller in the Garden in the Mecca last night. I wonder if they consider it the Mecca for hockey. I doubt it.
Some fun conversations going on over on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. You want to be a part of the conversation, it's a great way to do it. Jump in the chatty house, man. A couple of air horns, if we could, here real quick.
Yeah.
Members of the chatty house, man. Tyler Jennings, who beating the absolute crap out of cancer. And one of the OGs, our man Bryce. Bryce got his promotion at work.
Yes, indeed.
Stuff, good stuff, man. If you want to join one of the coolest communities in all of sports media and all of Sacramento, head over to Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook Live and hang out with the chatty house there.
Let's get this out of the way now. We'll do it for Ramsey. The new segment for Dillon and KC, In the Crease. Stanley Cup playoffs started yesterday. Penguins over the Rangers 4-3 in 3 overtimes at the Garden.
If y'all knew how many times Kenny created a new segment on the fly and just didn't tell me about it, crazy.
In the Crease may or may not be here daily. It may just, I don't know when we'll see In the Crease again, but this was the debut episode of In the Crease.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, we all find out together. You teased something, by the way, before the break. Another thing that I have no clue what you're about to say. So you want to fill
Yeah, I mean,
oh, by the way, I teased something too. So let me get this out the way because mine's quick. Has your opinion changed? This is the poll question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Has your opinion changed on any of the 3 Kings coaching finalists? 75% of the votes say no.
This goes to what you talked about, man. People can't change their opinion nowadays.
And look, if you took in all of the information and you feel the exact same way that you felt on Saturday when the list came out,
it's fine.
Drewski. I
feel the same way.
Yeah, I think because, but in a way, aren't you kind of open to all 3? Yeah. You have preferences,
right?
You're not.
I didn't come in hating not one of them.
Right.
Right. So
and really,
it's easier for me to be like, it's whatever.
This has more to do with Mark Jackson than anything else. Mm-hmm. But I feel like people, maybe we should just post separate questions. Has your opinion on Mark Jackson being the head coach changed? And has your opinion on Mike Brown changed? Because that's really what I was curious. Like anyone who thinks Mike Brown is a bad coach or can't coach or his coaching record shouldn't be recognized because he coached for LeBron James, do you still feel that way? Like after, yeah, because I feel like if you do, man, we might be failing at this. Like because if we haven't made the case for Mike Brown yet, and I'm not saying Mike Brown is the most exciting hire on the planet. That's not what I'm saying. But if we haven't made a strong enough case where you can, okay, I see it, I get it, I could rock with it. I feel like we've just done a bad job.
No, it ain't on us. It's like what you talked about. People will have their stance, and they more times than not, they just won't run it back. They're like, I'm not gonna run it back. I don't like Mark Jackson. I don't like him. I don't want him here. I think he'd be bad for the Kings. Any evidence that's presented that I don't want to say flies in the face of it, but is contrary to what I believe, I'm going to dismiss it. And anything that supports how I already feel, I'm going to retweet it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like that's just how it is. And that's people's, I'm not judging people on that. That's what they want to do. That's fine. I try personally to be open-minded, but I'm a human too. So I'm sure there are things that I'm just not hearing.
Do you want it to be Mark Jackson?
Now,
full disclosure, Mark Jackson that's a ton of content for D'Lo and KC.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's best for business.
That's good for our business. Is it good for King's business? I don't know, man. I ask you, do you want it to be Mark Jackson?
I don't know. I'll get off the fence. Yeah, that's the guy that I believe has the highest upside as a coach. So yes, I think.
But does he also have the most
downside
likelihood of it blowing up?
No, he don't have the likelihood of it blowing up, or of it blowing up or failing. To me, those are two different.
I mean,
likelihood of it blowing up and being crazy. Yes.
Failing, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah, he does have that.
Okay.
Failing is different though. Like I don't think his fail possibility is any less than those other two.
Okay.
Mainly because we can talk about, how long he's been a head coach or all this other stuff. I've seen those other two fail. I know what that looks like. I know what the best of Steve Clifford looks like, and it's cool. It's cool, but it's whatever. And everything
you feel confident in the statement that you've seen Mike Brown fail.
Yeah,
let's talk about the context of what we're talking about. We're not talking about failing in the Eastern Conference Finals against the Boston Celtics.
Right. No, I'm talking about him in Cleveland the second time around. Should he have taken that job or should he not? I don't know. Did they make the playoffs?
No.
If he don't make the playoffs here, that's a failure. We're not going to look at it like the circumstances. Like the what this is right now, what's going on here in Sacramento. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's a bad break for Mike Brown if he took this job. But we're not going to sit up here if they win 32 next year, they go 32-50 and be like, the circumstances, we can't really call it a failure. No, it's a damn failure.
Well, no, it is. No, you're absolutely right. It's a failure. But I think in that sense, we'll also have more context to it too. Like, because he'll coach his second year, whether anyone likes it or not, he'll coach his second year. And well, it's the Kings. He may or may not coach his third. Who knows? He didn't even get that opportunity in Cleveland.
That's 100% fair. And I say that not to say like he's not good, because I think he's a really good candidate. And
he's the best of the three, in my opinion.
He's the most. That's okay. I understand that. Okay, I understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Okay, you do want Mark Jackson. I want Mike.
That'd be my first pick. That'd be my first pick.
Will you be upset if it's not Mark Jackson?
No,
I feel like
none of these guys make me upset.
There's a line you're probably familiar with. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento. an Odyssey station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. There's a line in wrestling. It's called "You worked yourself into a shoot." Now, in wrestling, the art of like what you're seeing on television, like the performance of it, it's a work, right? Like we all know that. Like it's a work. It's not an athletic contest. It's not a competition.
Right.
It's a work. A shoot, that's when it's when it's
like
real.
freestyle.
That's like,
freestyle.
we're fighting. Okay, we'll fight. We'll fight here in front of 15,000 people. That's what we do. Like when Brock Lesnar clobbered Braun Strowman and told him to slow the F down. That was a shoot. I think you worked yourself into a shoot. You were trying to explain why you think Mark Jackson should be given an opportunity. And I think you said maybe last week, I'm not saying Mark Jackson should be the head coach. What I'm saying, here's why he deserves the opportunity. I'm not saying Mark Jackson should be the head coach because this organization isn't stable. But here's what he did that we shouldn't ignore. He's going to have to address all this other stuff. That's not up for debate. He's got to address that stuff. But we can't ignore what Steph or Draymond or whoever, what they said about him. We can't do that. We can't ignore what Andre Iguodala, said about him on the Breakfast Club. We can't ignore that stuff. And now I think you have taken that position so long of, I don't want to say defending Mark Jackson, but making a case for Mark Jackson that you've worked yourself into saying Mark Jackson should be the next head coach.
Well, I'll say this.
You worked yourself into a shoot.
When I did a little bit of a deep dive on, I think that was Sunday night, about Mark. And it wasn't necessarily, I felt it was more than just surface. Like, because when I talked about Mark Jackson, it was just like, this don't make no sense. Like, he should at least get an opportunity, and I didn't really dive into some of the things that work for him as a coach. And when I dove into that some more, I looked at it as everything that I heard about him and what he did in a positive light in Golden State. That's everything that this franchise and these players need here. Instilling confidence, simplifying certain things for people, being somebody that has been through what they're going through and trying to relate to them on a certain level, inspire. Like this team, to be honest with you, and I don't know if he can do the same things here. I don't know if that was a one-time thing. I don't know. But this franchise, this roster is lifeless and it's lost. And they need somebody that's going to come in here and not only provide direction, but also tell them, I believe that you can do. Like I'm thinking about this last night and Mark Jackson, and from everything that I've heard about what he does and all this other stuff, I believe he would go to De'Aaron Fox, first conversation, be like, you see what Ja did last night? There's no reason you can't do that. I'm telling you right now, I've seen the best. I've played with the best. I played against the best. I coached the best. And I'm telling you, there's no reason why when we get to the playoffs or, we're doing, you can't have a 45, 47, 50-point night. I believe in you that much. I believe in your talent and your ability that much. That's what Mark would say. And that's the type of confidence that he would instill in this team and this group of players in this franchise, to be honest with you, that's been beaten down. These guys have been beaten down. And not only do they need a fresh start, but I think to a certain degree, they need that type of confidence installed in them. So, like I said, initially, it was just about him getting an opportunity. The more I saw the strengths, because I was looking for the strengths of Mark Jackson. I heard all the weaknesses. I know what all the weaknesses are. But I was like, man, what did he do to be successful? And when those things came up, that's kind of what this franchise needs. This franchise needs somebody like that. So that's why I would pick him. But to be honest with you, this goes back to how I feel. We go get Phil. We go get Red Harback. We go get Pat Riley. We go get John Wooden. Bring Coach K out here. If you ain't got the horses, doesn't matter. And I am slightly more concerned or paying attention to what Monte does with his roster in the offseason and what these guys that are already here, what they do this offseason to prepare themselves for next season. Because if they're not right, if they're not ready, and Mike Brown, Steve Clifford, Mark Jackson, I don't think it matters. They got to be ready to do some special things.
Let's stick with Monte for a second. Well, actually, there are two things on my mind. Let's get back to Monte in a second. Remember, it was Domantas Sabonis who was like, "Yeah, I'd like to be kept in the loop of what's going on here," and that's a guy who's, as we have outlined for the past few weeks, that's a guy who is going to hit free agency in a couple of years. He's going to have the ability to choose his next team. I mean, how much? Hey, what do you think about these three guys? Here's where we landed. I mean, I don't think you can consult him or anyone. Again, for those who are new to the show, I don't think you consult players in these types of discussions, especially one that could potentially be a free agent in 2 years. You have to frame it as what do you think about this? And I don't think you could put 7 or 8 names in front of them and say, because he might be, I love this Charles Ham guy. All right, or Charles Lee, excuse me. I love this Charles Lee guy. Oh, okay. Pick another one. Like once you get down to 3, hey, what do you think about Mark? What do you think about Mike? What do you think about Steve Clifford? Have you had any interaction with these guys? What was it like when you played against them? So on and so forth. But these, I assume, these 3 names have been presented at least to Domantas Sabonis, maybe not De'Aaron Fox, and I don't know what weight either one of their opinions would have on this, but it's certainly something to kind of keep in the back of your head there. The other thing with Monte McNair is there, we all are familiar with the Bleacher Report about Monte wants Mike Brown. Monte and his front office want Mike Brown, who they have not interviewed yet, by the way, a second time. And Vivek Ranadive wants Mark Jackson, who at the time this was published, Vivek Ranadive had not interviewed yet. Mm-hmm. If Monte doesn't get the opportunity to choose his head coach, if there's any truth, and for the record, for those who weren't with us yesterday, I don't believe this report at all. I don't believe it for a second.
I don't either.
I don't believe anything about it. But if there is truth to it, and Monte doesn't pick his coach, he needs to quit. He can preserve his next job by quitting and simply saying, I'm leaving. Because we'll ask James to lay out the contract for Monte McNair, because I don't want to misspeak or misunderstand. But I think what Monte's future with this organization looks like should be, factored into this conversation. And if it really is some sort of Vivek versus Monte thing, again, we don't believe it. But if it is, Monte got to quit. Mm-hmm. And I don't think Monte's walking away from that much if he quits. But he's got to walk away from this. And all he has to do is go to Adrian Wojnarowski and say, I quit because they didn't let me pick the coach. The hell am I going to stay for? They're not letting me do my job. So I'm quitting with the hopes of going somewhere else and being able to be a general manager. Here, I'm just a figurehead who has to go talk to the media after Luke Walton is fired. I'm just a figurehead who has to go talk to the media after Domantas Sabonis is traded for. I have to be a figurehead and go talk to the media after another disastrous season. But it's the dude upstairs who is making all the decisions, so I'm not going to be a figurehead anymore. Mm-hmm. He has to quit.
I agree with you.
For his own freaking sanity, he has to quit.
I agree with you on that. And I'll ask the question, and James will probably help me out as much as he can without
James coming up at 3:00, by the way.
Yeah, without getting into specifics and all this other stuff. And everybody in the chat, you can get in the chat or you can call in if you're listening on the radio or wherever, 916-349-1320, and help refresh me and refresh my memory. But why is this a topic of discussion again about Vivek doing all this? I almost feel like this is something that it doesn't bear out. Tell me the times when Vivek intervened, because if we go to all these basketball discussions that always happen, aside from Stauskas, that's the only time I remember clearly Vivek was like, and even that is, I mean, we can play semantics with that all we want. I'm sure Pete D'Alessandro wanted somebody else or did research for anybody. He's not going to be like, oh, Vivek said he wants that. Vivek didn't even know who Stauskas was. He didn't do no, like, that's a whole nother story. But Pete wanted Mike Malone out. Vivek listened to Pete. Pete wanted George Karl. He got him in here. Vlade did, from what I can tell, maybe the Dave Yeager thing, hiring Dave Yeager, was because Vlade interviewed a bunch of people or whatever the case may be, and then it was Dave Yeager. So maybe something there was Vivek.
Which is super what I can confusing tell, to me. But
what I'm saying,
you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, no, yeah. Vlade got to do pretty much what he wanted to do. Vlade was fired because Vivek was listening to basketball people and took the advice of basketball people. Hired a search firm like everybody told him to. Monte McNair gets here. Monte McNair, from everything that we can see, like I said, if there's more going on that I don't know about or that's behind the scenes, and you don't even want to be on the air and say it on the record, DM me or whatever the case may be to educate me. But from everything that we can see that Monte's talking about, everything has been his decision. So the only time that we hear about Vivek meddling or Monte not having control is when we hear stories like yesterday. And what did we talk about stories about yesterday?
Mm-hmm. Who's got the agenda? Who wants it out there? Saying you don't have to look any further than,
is all that even real?
Monte was
is that real?
Monte was a general manager for, I believe at some point it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I don't know how long ago that point was. I think bad decisions have been made. Vlade was a bad decision.
Right. Right.
The 35 was a bad decision. I mean, I even think, I know a lot of people disagree. I think if you're going to trade DeMarcus, fine. The way you traded DeMarcus, bad decision. You could have gone about that very differently and netted a bigger return than a guy who's not here anymore. But go back to how long was Monte on the job? A couple days? Before the old Athletic, there's already rumblings that Monte McNair is not in charge of it. He's not running the team.
Is that even possible?
What? Like Monte didn't get he didn't get to decide who ordered lunch? Like, what are we talking about? Like, what decision did he even have to make at that point?
That's what I be saying. Like, some of these stories just be coming out of nowhere. They don't even add up. So it may be true, but when I keep hearing the stories, it actually goes away from the validity of all this being true in my eyes. Because now you're just saying things just to, wherever you're getting these sources, you're just saying them just to say them. Because like you said, Monte was here for about 36 hours. Well, I don't know if he has control to do everything that he wants to do. There's already rumblings inside. He ain't even got off the plane.
My man's unpacking his bag at the Residence Inn. Like, wait, what? Like, the hell? Like, I'm trying to make some toast and coffee here. I ain't been here but a minute. I ain't even staying in the Sawyer yet. I'm still staying at the Residence Inn. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, we'll talk to James. I mean, I'm not gonna. I really don't believe Vivek is like, hey, y'all go ahead. No, like, I believe Vivek is involved, but to the degree in which
he should be. He's the owner of the team.
To the degree in which it's made out to be. Or it's not even made out to be. It's like alluded to.
Mm.
Oh, No one can ever put anything concrete on it. No one can ever put anything. And you know what all else fails? You know what they do? When all else fails, just blame Brandon Williams. He just like, if we're not really sure, just blame Brandon Williams because he did everything wrong. It was all his fault.
And there are things that I've heard from people that I respect who say, you know, to them that the structure of what's going on is a mess. And I don't dispute that. It absolutely looks like the structure of the organization is a mess. Mm-hmm. All right. So I don't dispute that at all. But when it comes down to, I don't know how many times it's happened. I'm not going to say it's never happened or nothing like that, but does it happen to the degree that people like to think, where the basketball people want somebody and Vivek is like, no, you're going to take this guy instead. You're going to take this player instead, this coach instead. I don't know, man. I don't know if it happens to the degree that we were told a lot of the times. I could be wrong.
We'll come back. Chris, we see you. Just hang on 1 second, man. I promise we'll get to you right out the gate if you want to get in, have this conversation as well. Tell us how dumb you believe we are. That's fine too. 916-349-1320. It's Dillon with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I think this is what I think that's what happened. Man, that's the way they make it out. Like, my man can't even. Nah, not that one. You got to wear the other one, buddy. Yeah, you're right, Roddy. Because the Kings were really fucking good before Vivek took over. Jesus Christ, dude. Y'all have been so wounded. No, man. Vlade literally said DeMarcus' agent killed a different deal with the New Orleans Pelicans. If we're going to talk about what the general manager said, let's talk about what Brad Stevens said. Let's talk about what the other general manager said. We had no clue DeMarcus Cousins was available. They literally told us a week before he wasn't available. But again, with the DeMarcus deal, again with the Vivek stuff, we had always heard Vivek wanted, but he healed. So now we got Schmuddy Field. We got 4-on-5. And, you know, I think there'll always be a question as to who the hell's decision was it to keep Luke Walton? Because if it was Vivek's, it was probably a financial decision, which that's your fault too. If it was Monte's, Monte messed up.
So here's the and look, I'll even paint another scenario for you when you talk about a financial decision. I don't know if this happened. I'm not saying it did, but I'm just painting another scenario for you. If Vlade or Vivek is sitting there like, we need to fire Luke Walton. Like, he needs to go. He don't need to start the season. And he's like, man, that's a lot of money to eat though. And he goes to his minority owners and was like, look, man, we need to fire Luke Walton. I need you guys to chip in with this one, man. I can't eat another $11 million. We're just coming off a pandemic. And they're like, no, we're not eating. You do that. Vivek is like, I'm not doing it. I'm not footing the bill on that. Like, well, we're not doing it. All right. Well, we ain't doing it then. It's Vivek being cheap. When in actuality, they're all being cheap. But in him, the head guy, he gets all that or whatever the case may be. But I'm just trying to paint another picture of how it's like, well, Vivek was cheap. No, they were all cheap. If he's asking like, hey, I need you guys to foot the bill or help me foot the bill with this, and they're like, no, we're not doing it. All right, well, I'm not paying $11 million out of my pocket. You guys in this mess too. Just another scenario. And like I said, we don't know how it went down. It could have been as simple as Vivek saying, I'm just not paying it and didn't ask nobody. I don't know. But the reason why I bring that up is because the story will then come out that Vivek is too cheap to pay a coach that's not working for him. When
And a general manager that's not working for him.
Right. They'll be like, Vivek is too cheap. But if my intuition is correct, where those sources are coming from, no, you were too cheap too. So don't sit up here and say Vivek is too cheap when you're the same one that said, no, I'm not paying for that. It's a nasty cycle. It really is.
I would just revoke all their tickets. All y'all want is this big circle jerk at courtside. Like y'all, we're just taking all that away. Y'all don't want to make any decisions. You going. Y'all want to leak all this stuff out there? You going. Sorry, man. We need to sell these tickets. Schmuddy Field, indeed.
Schmuddy Field, stand up, big dog.
Roddy, I love you, Roddy. I'm just going to leave it at that. I love Roddy.
Jill always kills it. You know, I don't have no issue with Jill, but it should just stop where Vivek isn't the only reason why this place is messed up. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I don't think anybody's saying he's helped. It should just be Vivek isn't the only reason why this is messed up.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live as well. It's Dillon and Casey, 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, man, we're having some fun over here with the chat house. Who'd I have waiting? Chris? Apologize, man. Appreciate you waiting for Chris. What's happening, bro?
Hey, no problem. I'm sitting here listening to you guys, and I mean, I believe you. I agree with you guys. I don't believe this latest report that came out with this unnamed source BS. All right, I'm telling you, I'm looking at this as like a King's. Okay, like I am so sick and tired of all these reports coming out. Like, I mean, I listened to James Ham the other day, and he flat out. Now I know you're all friends with James Ham, and this is nothing personal, but I'm just saying what he said. He came out when he said that with this report that Monte Monero wanted Mike Brown and ownership wanted Mark Jackson. Excuse me. All right, and he flat out said that if Mark Jackson gets hired, that he said that, you know, he believes that it was not Monte Monero's report or choice, and that he needed to get fired, or that he needed to quit. So I'm looking at it like this, man. Like, Monte and the ownership, like, this is what I want as a team staff. All right, after years and years of listening to this crap, all right, I want you guys, I understand in your profession, you can't, like, with every story that comes out, y'all can't just continue, like, fighting it. But, like, you guys need to stand up, grow a pair, all right, and say, no, this is not true, all right. There's all this.
No, let him go. Let him go, Jesse. It's fine. Let him go. I'm
just tired of it.
Okay, hold on, Chris. Hang on, Chris. To the best of my knowledge, Kenny and I are the only ones who are saying we don't believe that this report is real. And I'm not sure if you know. You might have James Ham confused with someone else. James doesn't think the report is real. None of us are believing this.
Right. But I'm going back what he said on his podcast. All right. Like, I understand he's your friend. I'm just going back to what he said was his podcast.
Okay.
In this report that came out, all right, when he said that when Monte Monero wanted Mike Brown, the ownership wanted Mark Jackson, he said if Mark Jackson gets hired, he's not going to believe that Monte Monero's decision, it was his decision, and that he needed to get.
He did say that. He did say that on the podcast. I heard him say that, and that's James.
Well, maybe why don't you grow a pair? Why don't you do that first, Kenny? Grow a pair. Stand up.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
All right. Grow a pair, Kenny.
I'll say this all the time, man, for Chris and everybody else, and our girl Jill and and everybody in the chat, Roddy, all these guys. My thing isn't about who's at fault and who's doing anything. My thing is that winning is not the most important thing in this organization.
Mm-hmm.
And until that changes, this won't change, man. This won't change no more. Winning is not when you hear these stories, that come out. These are from people that are pretty high up in there. That's where the stories are coming from.
Mm-hmm.
It's not coming from Lee. You know what I'm saying? Lee ain't talking
never.
About Mark Stein. These are people that are pretty high up in there. And the fact that they think it's okay to leak out anything, I repeat, anything. That would be like if there was something going on with me, Jesse, and Damon, and I leaked it out to Mark Stein, that's a problem. Nobody wins when the family feuds.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that we hear anything like this, it comes from inside. And that's a problem. That tells me that winning is not the most important thing. And the only reason I'll exclude Vivek from that, and I don't know if it's the most important thing to him, but I'm just telling you in this particular situation, when these stories keep coming out about Vivek, the only reason why I'm not putting him on the hook for that is because the stories are about him. So I know he's not the one saying it. He's not the one leaking it.
Mm.
It's somebody else in there leaking it, and they're proving that as much as they talk about Vivek Ranadive, they're just as much the problem why these things aren't going on, because winning is not the most important thing.
So Roddy, our man Roddy in the chat house, another day one, mentioned earlier, and Jill might have mentioned this as well. No, it was Roddy, but Vivek is the constant through all of this, right? He think about what you just said right there. Vivek isn't calling Mark Stein to give him stories that make him look dumb. So and Jill brings a great. Shouldn't we ask ourselves why it happens every single time? So think about it. It's clearly not Vlade because Vlade ain't here. It ain't Monte because Monte just got here. Is it still Brandon Williams? Is Brandon Williams still sitting courtside with Chris Haynes and throwing all of the tea his way? Is that what's happening? Nope. It's someone who's not Vivek, who has been here through all of this and has called the same people every single time.
Every time, man. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm telling you.
Y'all have not figured this out yet. The dude who's buddies with all of the little minority owners, y'all haven't put the pieces of this puzzle together. Why he all of a sudden brings random stuff up like trading De'Aaron Fox. Y'all have not put this together yet? Come on, man.
Hey, and look, our guy Roddy. I'm just saying it because Roddy said it. That's my guy. It's not no beef. But Vivek is not the only constant.
Exactly.
He's not the only constant. There are people that have been there the entire time and are still there. They are just as
constant. The same people. Calling the same people.
And that's just what's frustrating to me when I hear about all this is like winning's not the most important thing in that organization right now. It's just not. It's about getting a leg up. It's about making one person look bad. It's about getting power and doing all that and having influence. And that's everything else besides winning is more important in those Kings front office walls than winning.
And I'll say it once because y'all keep asking. It sure as hell ain't Matina. Y'all need to be asking yourself.
Whose man's is this?
Y'all need to be asking. Y'all need to be asking. I'll get you with another one if I could find it. Where's my other man? I don't even know where I keep my.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
That's what y'all need to be asking yourself.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Play it again.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Y'all need to be asking yourself. Think he walking down the aisle in that red and yellow? Just wait till that black goatee grows out. Come on, man.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Y'all need to be asking yourself who's out there protecting their best interest.
Hey, man, and the other thing, I want to apologize to Slamson. I didn't mean for him to catch strays, although he has been constant as well. Slamson been here since when? 90. Was he here in 96 or was it more like 99? I can't remember.
I don't have Slamson ever not been here?
Oh, when they were blue, he wasn't here.
Okay.
He got here when they went black and purple.
What was the Monarchs mascot name? Anybody remember?
Remind me. Let me write it down. Remind me after we got to talk about the Monarchs.
Oh, we do. And we've got to talk about something else because you teased something about 45 minutes ago that I just kind of cut off. We still ain't Jesse's. Monte! There you go, Deuce and Mo. I see you. It was Monte. That's right. Wow, how life has come full circle. The Monarchs old mascot. You don't remember? Oh, Monte was good stuff. Yeah, Monte was good stuff.
Full circle, like you said. Now the GM is here.
Now you got to ask yourself,
Is that Dave Hebner? Or is that Dave Hebner?
which one's running things here? Which one's running things here? Deuce and Mo are with us tomorrow. We're going to ask them all about this stuff.
Yeah.
We're going to make them spill the tea.
I do remember this. Don't look like a Monte to me.
I never thought it looked like a Monte either, but no, it was definitely Monte.
What? Why did they do this?
Well, why are you hating on Monte?
Why do they do this?
What do you mean?
Why couldn't it just be a lioness or something like that?
Well, I don't know.
All right. I guess. Don't look like a Monte once again, but
Monte was actually Brandon Williams, and that's why the Monarchs aren't here anymore. So
I would have much preferred a lioness. Kept with the whole theme of King, Monarch, Slamson,
a lion,
Susan. I don't know.
Slamson and Susan.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Susan, you're mad at Monte, but you want a Susan? Like, how do you?
Lioness.
Come here, Hey, Susan, come here. Like, how do you?
What was Simba's mom's name? It could have been that.
Simba's mom, Mustafa, and I don't remember. Nyla was the girl.
Simba's, yeah.
Beyonce. Nyla was Beyonce. I don't remember. Like, did they even use her name?
Nyla.
Okay.
Nyla's.
All right, man. Didn't expect this today.
We didn't say Simba's mom's name was Susan. No, we don't.
Sarabi. Okay.
Yeah,
Sarabi.
that is phenomenal knowledge.
Like, how do y'all remember? Okay, let's be honest. Who looked that up? Because y'all could have said just about anything, and I'd have been like, "Oh yeah, that's it." I've seen the Lion King play. I've seen the Beyonce Lion King. I've seen the cartoon Lion King. I've seen all of the Lion Kings. I could have been here all day trying to figure out her name and wouldn't have known it. It might be the one character in the entire movie I didn't know her name. Y'all look that up. Y'all out here fronting like you. You looked up. You looked that up. You Miss P, the rest of y'all looked that up.
Sarabi.
Could have named her Scar. That would have left a mark.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Scar.
That
needs to be Slamson.
Right now needs to be Scar because it's so damn dark around here.
Slamson needs to go through Slamson needs to like morph into the Fiend, and like his new name is Scar, where he's just like he doesn't have fun. He's just he's like the original Doink the Clown, where he just scares kids. Like let's just embrace being bad, right? Let's embrace the dark side. Slamson's dead until the Kings get good. Until then, he's Scar. He's on the dark side. Yeah. Again, if you look at life through the prism of professional wrestling, it all makes much more sense.
I like
Turn Slamson heel and name him Scar.
He throws cakes on crowd members and all this.
Dresses in all black. And if a real one would make the The beard would be black,
Oh,
and then the mustache would be
Hollywood Slamson. Let's go.
Hollywood Scar. Okay, I'll take Hollywood Slamson. That works. Just make him a heel. He's a bad guy, and he can't turn good until the Kings break their losing streak.
I like that. He finds a smile after that.
Look, if y'all are listening, if the Kings, y'all can have this. This is on. This is on D'Lo and KC and ESPN 1320. Y'all can have this. Take it. And just remember this next time you come to the table. You know what I'm talking about? Just keep this in the back of your mind next time y'all come to the table. But y'all can have that idea. That one's all yours. Hollywood Slamson. Scar.
This is dark.
Like, come on, dark like what you want at this point? What you want to break down Davion Mitchell's upcoming season? No, this makes more sense. This makes way more sense.
Yeah, let me pay off my teas real quick because it's not gonna take long. I don't even think this is gonna be a discussion. It's just a comment.
Okay. I don't even remember what the tease was.
Well, I was just saying, like, I had a thought last night and this morning.
A thought, not an epiphany.
Not an epiphany, just a thought.
Okay.
It's like, I hope people are on the same wave as I am. Right? I was watching that game last night, Warriors, Grizzlies. Ja Morant was incredible. 47 points. What do you have, 18 in the fourth quarter? Absolutely incredible. Leads his team to a victory. FedEx Forum is going nuts. You know, you got inside the NBA talking about the star that Ja is.
Mm-hmm.
No. The star that he is. No, I got my ear to the streets.
Oh my!
Everybody talking about how much of a star Ja is, and all I could think about, and trust me, this has nothing to do with any past conversations or controversy. This is just, it's Ja's the one right now. Hell, I could feel the same way about Devin Booker, about Luka, all this other stuff. If I personally was De'Aaron Fox, I'd be so hot right now. And I probably would have went to the gym after that game, after Inside the NBA. He might have done it in real life. I don't know. But I would be so upset that I couldn't get this platform. And I think that...
Just to be clear, this was your thought?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I have a question.
Okay.
But I would be hot right now. Like, not just, oh, that's cool. I hope I could get that. I'd probably be in a bad mood because I don't have that. I don't have that platform. It's almost like, except I would have handled it differently. It's almost like what Marvin Bagley talked about last year watching the playoffs.
When he liked the tweet about getting...
He was just on fire. He was just so amped up that I had to like this tweet about getting me out of Sacramento.
Yeah.
That's too far. I ain't saying that. But seriously, you think about like, I know it's a TV show, but Magic and how you see after a while he kind of got obsessed with Larry Bird.
Mm-hmm.
Like I
don't think that was made up either. I think that was real. Yeah,
you out there posting Larry Bird
articles,
clippings on his.
He's talked about doing that for years with Larry and Jordan.
Bro, that's how I would be. And the question I would have for you is, they could all be doing it. I'm just. We're having fun here. Who on this roster do you think feels that way?
I'll answer that quickly and say Davion.
Yes.
Two,
the one that sure thought that about.
Just quick question for the chatty house and everybody listening on Odyssey and on 1320 AM. Is anybody else having deja vu? Does anybody else feel like Kenny had a thought like this once, and he came in one day talking about how De'Aaron Fox should be upset and he should be fired up and he should be mad and he should be in the gym, and it all kind of ended with, "Yep, that ain't De'Aaron." That's not De'Aaron. Like, who on this roster is like that? Davion. I don't even think that's Sabonis. Like, I think Sabonis is a different. I don't think he's motivated by the successes of other people, or motivated by the praise of his contemporaries to get to that level. And I don't think De'Aaron is that either. I don't know. And perhaps this goes back to your Mark Jackson thing earlier. And whether it's if it's freaking Steve Clifford, whoever can figure out what it is that will drive that dude and get him to a different level will be the first coach here that succeeds. Because the cold piece about all of this that we haven't talked about, we all recognize the Kings' faults, the organization's faults. We all recognize their shortcomings. This is De'Aaron's last coach in Sacramento, in my opinion, because if it don't work with Mark or Mike or Steve or whoever, whether you acknowledge, whether we decide in 2 years that the coaching hire was bad, we got to look at De'Aaron. Okay, like, so Dave couldn't do it. Luke couldn't do it. Alvin couldn't do it. Whoever this new guy couldn't do it. The only thing that got you fired up for a few minutes was Tyrese being out and Domantas Sabonis being in. Maybe that's not being fair to Tyrese Halliburton. Maybe that's not being fair to De'Aaron Fox. The one thing that got you really, really going was Buddy in that group being out and you playing with Domantas Sabonis. All right. We're going to see this game 1, 2, 3, or are we going to have to wait till game 50 again? Whoever, like, this team will be successful the second someone can figure out how to, what's the term we've been using? Unlock. De'Aaron that dude's more secure than Fort Knox. We out here trying to unlock this dude. You got Sabonis trying to do it. You got Monte. Monte was like, I'm gonna unlock De'Aaron Fox. How? Money. Here's a bunch of money. Hey, sorry, fam. Money don't get you the code. All right, let's figure out what gets the code to unlock De'Aaron Fox. Is it the addition of Domantas Sabonis or the subtraction of Schmuddy Field? Perhaps a nice little combination of the two. We crept the safe door open there a little bit. Man, this is going to have to be like Ocean's 11. That joint going to have to be blown up game 1 next year, and the money's going to have to be flying everywhere. We need to see that De'Aaron Fox unlocked.
Yeah,
and it's going to be, man, we talked about, we're trying to have honest discussions about, can anybody persuade you? I honestly, my rankings. Mike, Mark, Steve. Those are my rankings. If Steve gets the job, cool. As long as he can do it. If Mark gets the job, fine. As long as you can do it. Same with Mike Brown. I ain't celebrating if Mike Brown gets the job. I'm going to have the same energy for all of them. Just like I did with Luke Walton. I hope you can get it done. Because this, as we've said it a million times, 17 is going to turn to 21 real quick.
Yep. That's facts.
I want to be a part of that.
That's facts. Yeah. Like I said, these guys, all 12, 15 of them could be in the gym right now, 2-3 times a day. I don't know. I'm not bringing that up to say that they're not there. I'm sitting there and I'm, watching TV. I'm putting clothes away. I'm on the sticks. I'm washing dishes, whatever. And I'm just sitting here listening. I'm like, man, I'd be hot if I was one of these players. It's nothing Ja or anybody. It's not anything they did. It's just that I'm not there. I want that. I want that platform. I want those type of lights on me to have that opportunity to do those type of things. And I don't. And it would piss me off. It wouldn't even make me sad. It wouldn't even be like, oh man, I really want that. It would make me mad. That's the type of competitor I was when I played, or whatever the case may be. These guys are competitive. That's how they got to the point that they are. So like I said, Davion is one that I know is in the gym. Fox and them, they all could be in the gym right now. But this would be something that that motivated me for sure. You know, seeing the playoffs in general. Ja was the last game we saw, so that's one of the reasons why that came up. But when Luka does something great, or you know, Jalen Brunson going to work, or whatever the case may be, these playoffs would be something that really that would turn me up, to be honest with you.
You've been motivated to get to this moment that you and I are at for a long time, right? And you would hear you'd hear shows that sucked and you'd be mad because you're like, yo, I can do this. I'm better than that. I'm better than this. I'm better than this garbage that I'm here. You've always been motivated by stuff like that.
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah.
If we were a nationally syndicated radio show making 15 mil per Stephen A money, would you watch Skip and Shannon and be like, yo, I gotta step my game up? Or would you watch Stephen A and be like, yo, Stephen A went viral because he wearing his chain outside of his button-up shirt. I gotta step my, like, do you think, and I know this is a tough question, do you think you'd be motivated in the same way? And I don't want you to answer that yet, because I want an in-depth answer to that, because I don't feel like the preface of that question is, I don't know that NBA players look at each other that way. Just look at Twitter from NBA guys when they're watching games. Like, they're just watching games like basketball fans. So I want to get your response to that. I want to talk Bucks Celtics as well. Lots more ahead. James Ham, we're taking notes. We'll get to all of this when James joins us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yes and no. It's all like it's a domino effect, right? Because I think one of the things that happened with that team, Jesse asked the question, he said, is a lot of it out of control of Fox, because he could have been putting up numbers and they still weren't good enough. I say it's a domino effect because to a certain degree, that team was fragile. So, like, if he's putting up 27 a night to start the season, I think they're winning games, and I think they ride that wave. The second adversity hits, they fell apart, right? And the adversity hit early in the season when he wasn't playing well, and they fell apart. If he's averaging 27 a game, I don't think that type of adversity hits. I think they're a better team, and they ride that wave. They feel good about themselves, and you know, they play decent enough to be like a playing team, you know. So if he's at the beginning of the season, I truly believe if he is playing better, they'd have a better record, and those guys, the buddies, and I don't know what Marvin would do, but whatever, they would ride that wave of playing good basketball, and they'd be okay for the most part this season. But as soon as it all fell down, they were like, well, whatever, I'm out mentally. I think he was part of what didn't fit, though. Like, he's part of it. And once he wasn't there and he wasn't locked in, they all tapped out. He can play better than what he did at the beginning of the season.
Who's who, Tyler? I don't know what you mean.
Who's the third man?
Having this version of Holmes was rough. He never got going. Story of the king since Boogie left. Excited and ready till they get punched in the mouth. Yeah. Who's well, do what the Celtics did. Isn't that exactly what Tatum said the other day? After game one, he was like, we got punched right in the mouth. And we saw how yeah, now they gotta. Oh, come on, man. Y'all can y'all think we're talking out our ass when we say it's them minority owners. It's them. It's y'all. If I had to put money on one of two guys, I'd do it. But I don't think it's, I'm pretty confident it's not that one. I think that time is over.
I agree.
I think that
heard the same things. It's not
what
y'all think, but that ship has sailed a little bit.
I see you, Roddy. It was me. It was me all along.
It was me all along.
I see you, buddy. I see you. Yep. Hold on. Where'd it go? Yep. It was Shaq. It was Shaq. It's definitely Shaq. Hey, just follow my man Roddy. He knows what time it is. Just follow Roddy. Jericho's banned Fozzy in Roseville this weekend. Really? Is Jericho in Roseville?
Jericho.
Can I run into him at the Nugget? Shout out to my man Roddy. Shout out to Jill, the whole crew taking part in this conversation. Everybody who's taking part in this conversation. We having some fun. We've determined that the leak in the Sacramento Kings front office is in fact Shaquille O'Neal. It's the
look. You guys found me out.
Shaquille O'Neal.
I was trying to play nice with Vivek, but he didn't do some of the things I asked him to do. So, however the stories get out there, they get out there. I'm not really concerned about that. It's not really my deal. All I know is put some icy hot on it, man up, and the general will get you your car insurance.
All right, just the general will get your car insurance. Shout out to Deuce and Mo in the chat. He's sending off his jokes about Placer County, which unfortunately is very accurate. But Deuce and Mo will be with us tomorrow at 1:47. Check cleared.
TV's Dave Deuce Mason.
That's right. They're not even the Deuce and Mo podcast anymore. They're television's Deuce and Mo. So I asked you a question before the break. You were talking about De'Aaron being motivated watching Ja, and it was a moment for deja vu for all of us, because I remember specifically hearing it once, but the chat says, we've heard this like 10 times. We're always trying to find ways to motivate De'Aaron Fox. Like, I feel like we're spending more time trying to figure out how to motivate De'Aaron Fox than De'Aaron Fox is trying to figure out how to motivate De'Aaron Fox. But that's your personality. You're driven by competitors, so to speak. And I asked you if you were on a playing field in which we weren't on the grind. We weren't trying to establish ESPN 1320. We already did it. We're a nationally syndicated show making Stephen A money across the world. Are you looking at Stephen A for motivation? Are you looking at Skip and Shannon for motivation? Are you looking anywhere else for motivation knowing I'm already here?
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest. A moment of transparency. I don't care how this sounds. I don't care how it comes off. The second I saw one article, one tweet, one anything about somebody else being the best, I'm turned up. Because I got to be the best.
You know what? I believe you.
I got to be the best.
I actually believe you.
I need universal acknowledge me. I need universal understanding.
Acknowledge me
that I'm the best. And if somebody says,
and I'm just riding your coattails,
acknowledge me.
That's me, just riding behind. Like, come on.
And somebody says, no, actually, they're the best. Oh, word? Watch this next show. Watch this next show, and then you tell me who's the best.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And that's just, it'll drive you crazy. Like that kind of thinking will drive you crazy. I completely understand that because you're not going to get 100% approval rating. You're not going to get nobody to think another show or another player is better. It'll drive you crazy, but that's also what keeps you motivated. That's also what gets you up and make sure you go work on your game. You know what I mean? Because if that's what you're looking for, there's always going to be ammunition to fuel that drive to get to that point. So,
and then from that
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Like when you're at that level, it's hard to look around and be like I made it. This is what I've been trying to do since I was 6 years old. I made it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep working hard, but I'm here. Like I don't need to.
The overall point I was trying to make is, I actually completely believe that what you just laid out right there, that you would continue to be driven by slights, and like I'm driven by revenge and hate and anger and all sorts of things that I should probably have a therapist for, but I don't. I have you guys, so that's why I say some of the things I do. Is you're a lot cheaper than therapy, but I believe that about you is that you'll look around and go, oh, y'all don't think I'm the guy? Oh, okay, I'm gonna show you. It doesn't feel like that's De'Aaron's mentality. Now, I don't know if De'Aaron thinks I made it. I'm here, because De'Aaron knows this team stinks.
Right.
But at what point does De'Aaron fall into, and not that he would be wrong, by the way, at what point does De'Aaron go, how can you even judge me? I'm in Sacramento.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
I mean, DeMarcus, did DeMarcus then back down from his remark about, I wish I had never gone to my draft workout here? He said, I love the fans. I think he told Sean Cunningham this, or he said it somewhere. I love the fans. I love the city. I love everything about Sacramento. I just don't love the organization. At some point, De'Aaron might feel the same way if we don't fix this.
I also feel like De'Aaron, and I'm not even saying, hear me when I say, I'm not saying this is wrong. This is just two different school of thoughts. And in a lot of respects, what I'm about to say is the right way to go, the logical way to go. De'Aaron is the type of guy that I feel the same situation that you laid out for me, De'Aaron will be like, that's stupid. Like, who are you to say he's the best? Who are you to say Stephen A. and Skip and Shannon are the best? It's just an opinion. I don't care. I know I'm nice. I don't care. It's whatever.
Nice on the microphone.
Yeah. And he would just move on about his day. He wouldn't get bothered by it. He'd be like, oh, that's how you feel. That's how you feel. I can't do anything about your opinion. So I'm not going to drive myself crazy worrying about your opinion. That's like, I feel like that's how his mindset works. And he's not wrong. Like it's not wrong. It's just not me. You know what I'm saying?
It's definitely not you.
And I don't think that's Ja. Like I think Ja is pissed off. I think, that people slept on him when he was at Murray State. I think that Devin Booker is pissed off that people don't think he's the best two guard in the game. You know what I mean? Like these different guys that we talk about, I think they take those slights and use them as motivation. And it's almost a cross between the two of us. They want to get to the point where they can not say, acknowledge me, but say, I told you. I told you I was right. I told you who I was. Don't come over here now. Now that I'm nice, don't come over here now. I told you who I was. You had this other dude up there, and I showed you. I showed you. That's a lot of what they want to do, I think.
916-349-1320. The homeboy E-Biz here. E-Biz, what's happening, baby?
What's up, fam? Before I say what I gotta say, have you guys been seeing what there's somebody in the chat, Memphis 10, what he's been saying? He's been having like De'Aaron Fox's back and all that.
Yeah, I've recognized Memphis 10 before. He's been in here before, but we've been caught up in the conversation. I hadn't really got a chance to read what's going on in the chat too much.
All right, for sure. But no, this is why I called though, you guys. So when I was watching Ja in the playoffs last year against the Jazz, I think that was the game he scored like 47, I think. Like, he ended up taking off in there, and I was just thinking the whole time, dude, De'Aaron Fox, he just needs eyes on him. Like, straight up, that's all he does. Like, if he gets eyes on him, like, on a national stage, it'll look different because that's what happened with Devin Booker, for example. Like, people knew Booker was cool, but then right when people started seeing him more, they gave him love. When they saw Ja after last year, how good he did, when they started showing him more, people gave it up to him because look how good, look at Fox's stats, for example, how they were before. So that's all I wanted to say to you guys right there, but I just think, Fox, he just needs like more eyes on him. And we know like we just know he's not like hella hyped up and all that. It's like, everybody's different. Like, for example, Kawhi Leonard, like he's not always amped up and all that, but I just feel, just Fox, he just needs eyes on him, and we just need to surround the team a little bit more better because we'll be good. That's my opinion, you guys.
All right. It's all love. Appreciate you, Ebiz. I understand the spirit of what Ebiz is saying, and I think we've talked about that a lot, is getting De'Aaron on that stage. But has De'Aaron ever had a performance like Ja, like Ja's last night?
I mean, obviously not on that platform. He had a couple
certainly
last year, or the second COVID year when they were in gyms. Like, he had some moments like that, but that's few and far between. Ja does that on the regular at this point.
But for sure, and I agree with the spirit of what Ebiz is saying right there. But let's also be clear in this. As my Stephen A. Let me be perfectly clear.
Be perfectly clear when I say this.
De'Aaron's got to help get them there.
Yes.
The
platform isn't given to you.
Yeah, not starting in game 47.
Right.
Like, starting night 1. Like, you gotta help this team get there. Like, no one's absolving the organization of or Monte McNair of the poor roster that was constructed last year, or waiting for the perfect deal, or letting the season slip away, or all that. Like, no one's absolving them of that, but you weren't where you should be. And to De'Aaron's credit, he acknowledged that when the season was over. He's like, yeah, we can't do that. That can't. I've got to be better from jump. And it's like, all right, like, you say it, you acknowledge it. Okay. You got to do it now.
Yeah.
Because but by the time this season's over, if this organization, if this team isn't where we all want them to be, this is just all meaningless talk. That's all this is. We're talking in circles. We're going to be doing it for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
As Ja Morant is building a Hall of Fame career.
Man.
You're listening to Dillon and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Is Ja Morant the most exciting player in the NBA?
I mean,
he's got to be up there, right? Because
I don't. If anybody said yes, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I enjoy seeing Giannis. I still enjoy seeing Steph and what they're able to do, and some of the things Giannis is able to do above the rim and stuff. But I mean, I enjoy watching Ja and what he's able to do out on the floor. I mean, some of the creativity that he possesses and shows, and these attacks to the basket, it's beautiful to see. It is a beautiful thing to watch. So he may be number 1, he may be 2 or 3, whatever. He's in the discussion though, for sure.
Hey, we've got a chance for you to pick your festival right now. You can win tickets to either the Golden Sky Festival on October 15th and 16th, or the world famous Aftershock Festival, October 6th to 9th. It's your choice, whichever one you want. We have got you covered right now. Caller number 3, 916-349-1320. Again, that's caller number 3 at 916-349-1320. We'll let you pick your festival. Ja definitely got to be near the top of that list.
Yeah.
Are international football games exciting to you? Because
no,
They are back. In your San Francisco 49ers, got one of them. Let's see. We've got some London games. We got the Vikings and Saints. We got the Giants and Packers. We got the Broncos and Jaguars. We got a game in Munich, Germany with the Seahawks and Buccaneers. And then in Mexico City, Bob Beeman's legendary long jump at the 68 Olympics.
Phenomenal knowledge.
We've got I used to love the long jump. Carl Lewis, Mike Powell, 1991 World Championships, I think. 29 feet, 4.5 inches.
He got it in the Olympics, I thought.
Oh,
That's the only reason I knew about
I don't think he won gold in the Olympics. He finished second, I think, to Carl Lewis. Again, I don't think he could beat Carl. He beat Carl Lewis obviously in 91 when he broke Bob Beeman's record. But I don't think he ever beat Carl Lewis. Yeah, 1991
Olympics. I thought he did.
Nah, he definitely didn't break the record in the Olympics. He broke the record at the World Championships for sure. That was one of my watching Bob Beeman's jump. It's so graceful, it's phenomenal, it's gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Mike Powell's jump, he's flailing. It's like he's trying to swim. He jumps and he does this thing where he flails his arms and his legs, and he knew it. He hit it and he hyped, and he waited for that measurement to come on a scoreboard, and he took off. And I don't know that's such a long-standing moment in my sports fandom, is that Mike Powell jump for some reason.
I'm watching it right now. You're 100% correct. It was 91 world record or whatever.
Tokyo. It was a World Championships. I think it was in Tokyo.
Yeah.
But watch that one next to Bob Beeman's, and Bob jumps and just puts his feet in the air and just floats to 29 feet, hits the jump, and then watch Mike Powell's where he's like a helicopter, trying to flail in the air. It's amazing.
That is
Carl Lewis, sneaky, one of my favorite athletes of all time.
Carl was amazing. To be able to do what he could do in track and field with the running and the jumping. We haven't had anybody like that since, right? With the running and jumping like that. We've had great runners, but
he was
to be able to do multiple competitions like that.
He was going for 4.
He was amazing.
Yeah, he was going for 4, man. I remember when he ran the relay. He ran that fourth leg on the relay in 92. Man, I love me some Carl Lewis. I got lucky and got to meet Carl Lewis at the airport in Beijing on the way back in 2008. Getting on the same flight coming back to San Francisco. He was in a much better seat than I. His he had a king size bed in his seat, and
oh my,
I'm sitting next to Diana Taurasi with my knees in my throat. But it was still cool, still very cool to meet. Still very cool to meet Carl Lewis. Mexico City, San Francisco 49ers versus your Arizona Cardinals. November 21st. That is the final overseas game of the season, and it belongs to your 49ers.
Monday Night Football.
Yep.
I'm glad they didn't take a home game away from the Niners. It'll be taken away from Arizona. So
and
I'm fine. And at least
DeAndre Hopkins will be back.
He will be. That's the only bad thing about that. Although that's just one of the games. We were never going to get both of the games without DeAndre. So maybe the other one's a little earlier. And we missed DeAndre.
It's probably the last game of the season.
Yeah, probably. So they're going to go back to back. They're going back to back. And the Rams are going to play both games in the first 2 weeks of the season. Because the Rams and Seahawks are going to play the Cardinals consecutively for the first 4 weeks, and the Niners are going to get the second half of the season when DeAndre's back and everything's good. That's how it goes.
We'll get the complete schedule. I think it May, the 12th.
Yeah,
it's the 12th. Obviously just an assumption on my part, but we might have figured out 2 weeks here, because if they're playing in Mexico City on November 21st, wouldn't it be safe to assume, again, just an assumption, that the bye is the following week?
Maybe you would think so, but they may look at it as Mexico City. Like you could
just not like London.
Yeah, you're not. You're just You're not skipping too many time zones, so
Yeah.
You can come right back next week. But they might.
You ain't skipping time zones, but your altitude's going to be a little bit different there, pal.
Yeah. I think it was 17 years ago these two played in Mexico City on a Sunday night football game. I remember that game.
I do not.
Yeah. I remember that.
17 years ago.
Yeah, 16 or 17 years ago.
Okay.
I remember that because I watched it at the Queen Bee's house.
You remember that because you remember everything. Your memory.
I didn't remember Mike Powell. Got to tip my hat to my partner on that.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
But your 49ers, Giants, and your Lakers, you remember everything. Oh, my bad. My bad.
Okay. That's Lake Show.
My bad.
I'm not talking to the media. No more.
Understandable. Pretty soon you're going to be blamed. Well, you have already been blamed for all the Kings' problems. I saw the name of the podcast. That was a big moment. I blame Kenny Caraway.
Yes.
Putting too much pressure on money.
Pop off. A fake rumor at that.
I mean, you've hit #King a couple times. You've popped off more than 15 likes. We'll say that. You've popped off more than 15 likes. You didn't have to delete that too. The best part about that is the #King was a typo. Yeah. And it became the bit. Like that's the best part.
So once again, I couldn't delete it.
Couldn't delete because it's popping. Chatty House was repping, had it retweeted and liked, and okay, then it got a little crazy because it actually did gain steam, and you started getting quote tweets from people who were like, as it should be. What was it that the Kings aren't going to trade Tyrese Halliburton, which in hindsight, phenomenal, right? The original #King tweet was that the Kings aren't making Tyrese Halliburton available for trades. And it popped off in the NBA as they should. He shouldn't be available. Oh,
wow.
Mwah. Chef's kiss. Beautiful.
Yeah. So
5, is it 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 overseas games, 3 in London, or 5 international games, I should say. 3 in London, 1 in Munich, and then the San Francisco 49ers playing in Mexico City against the Cardinals.
Do you like any of the overseas games?
No.
I don't either.
One of them.
Oh, I'm not mad at the Mexico game.
One of them, and I don't remember which one. One of them is like a ESPN Plus exclusive.
Oh my!
Like they're really digging in the crates for this.
That's a little crazy.
Like, and I guess this is their. They've used some of these like 6:30 a.m. starts to experiment with things. Like if I remember correctly, one London game, I think it aired on like Yahoo.
I do remember that.
And one may have aired on like Twitter. You've got this ESPN Plus one. And I forgot what the game was, but I think they announced the first Amazon Prime game. I think is it for Thursday Night Football? I think they announced the and I don't remember who it was. But they announced that already. So they're. And did we ever get the announcement? Is Sunday Ticket moving to Apple TV or not? Like, what are we doing? Is that this year or is it next year? Like when is DirecTV going to rest in peace? Because once we get Sunday Ticket off of there, it's full. It's a buried alive match, and they're cooked.
It really is. Do you think they set up Apple TV? They probably set it up where there's another subscription, right? You think?
Yes, it's not $4.99. It's correct. It absolutely
is. The other one?
No way. Absolutely not. We can't possibly be as much as that. Sunday Ticket is moving in 2023, according to Jesse. Is it official Apple TV or is that still? Okay. 2023.
Yeah, DirecTV.
I mean, what was it?
Bigger music.
Because $500, I think it was around $4. It was something awful. And yep, I was a jackass that paid for it.
I was hyped too when I got it. Now, granted, I think I did that one time I did it in the Bay Area. That was foolish. But the other times I did it in LA. So it made sense for me.
You know where DirecTV really hit you with the steel chair? is you don't get Red Zone without Sunday Ticket. At least one of the greatest phone calls I've ever made in my entire life was the day I called and canceled DirecTV. Like that's like if I was seriously, the amount of money on DirecTV that I was paying was just like, I looked at the bill one day like, what? I watched the same 4 stations. USA for wrestling, TNT for the NBA, and 2 other stations. What am I doing? Greatest phone call I ever made.
And when
I finally got through to it.
That I really liked about DirecTV, and I almost just got rid of it once I saw this was the case, was I liked having all the other channels from different areas, right? Like you get Denver's altitude channel, or Fox Sports LA and all this stuff. So I was like, that's dope. That's cool.
They just cut the game off.
Well, not only do they cut the game off, they cut the classic games off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what the hell is this?
If you're lucky, they'll flip the switch for the studio show. If you're lucky.
I was like, this is trash. This is garbage. I don't need to see Wyoming and New Mexico playing that bad.
James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, and Dave Chappelle had an interesting night at the Hollywood Bowl. We'll talk about that as Dillon KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
You're good. No 13.
Okay. I'll be right back then.
Wait. What a day. What a day. What a day. Nah, no 13th round today. I got to post those other 2. No, I mean, I got the Canelo preview tomorrow. Yeah, that's all I got. I got the Canelo preview tomorrow. No, not that fight. I may still try to watch it, but yeah, I mean, and you know what? It's all preference, right? Because I know people. I bought Gervonta and Cruz, but I like Gervonta. Not that I don't like Canelo, but I don't need Canelo and B-ball. I don't need that. I know, but if I'm watching it by myself, sure. But if I got people coming over, I can't take a chance with the stream. Like I tried to do that with Crawford and Porter, and the stream was working the entire time. And when they got in the ring, it cut off. I was like, oh, man. So I ended up paying for it because at that point, you had me hyped up. You had me invested. So I ended up paying for it. So, man, I went to a bar to watch. I went to, what is the name of that place? I think it's called Republic. Is that the one across the street from Memorial Auditorium? I think it's called Republic. I could be wrong. But anyway, I went there. They had the fight party there. You had to buy tickets in advance. I think the tickets were $75. They were sold out. And I think we had a table. And I think that's how it went down. The table was like $300. And you could get up to 4 people in there or something like that. And that was a wild scene. Oh, man. Yeah, that was lit. That was definitely lit. You know which one I slept on that I didn't buy and I didn't think would be as big as it was, and it seemed like it was a party, was Floyd versus McGregor. And yeah, that one seemed like because I was actually moving from LA to Sacramento that day, and I thought or that weekend, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll pack up on Friday, I'll leave early Saturday morning, and I'll get in Sacramento, I'll watch it somewhere that night. But it just didn't happen at all. Like I didn't leave LA that night until like 9-10 o'clock at night. But I just remember I was driving around to get something, and people they were watching it on their front lawn. Like people, it was It was a huge spectacle. It was a huge party. I was like, damn, I missed the boat on this one. Conor versus Floyd.
Oh,
A lot of people tapped in to watch that fight.
yeah. That's the biggest pay-per-view by in history, isn't it?
I think so.
By the way, I still have my Saturday night's main event playlist playing. It's on the main event. Was that Dave Hebner? Is that Dave Hebner?
Oh man.
They're showing the training video where Hulk Hogan is working out in that gym. That's a pretty awesome video. That's a really good video.
Weights.
Yeah.
Had my blue Hulkamania weights.
Hell yeah. Let me tell you something, dude. Okay.
Mhm. Oh my, Stephen. Oh my.
I actually watched that fight at the Golden One Center.
What? How'd that happen?
One of the little rooms downstairs. They had like a viewing party.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
McGregor Floyd?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was massive. That was a massive spectacle. I missed out on that one.
It was a circus.
It was.
Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather was a circus.
The other thing, real quick, before we get back into it, remember the last week, draft day, we were talking about famous college players. And somebody brought up one late that we kind of forgot about, and that was Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. It
And
was a good one.
Jesse might remember this. You might remember this too. Remember there was I think it was Mexican Independence Day weekend. And that Saturday, Floyd versus Canelo, Alabama went to College Station to face Johnny Manziel. That was a huge day.
I remember that well.
People were like, this is one of the biggest days in sports history in the last 30 years. But it was because Alabama versus Johnny Manziel and Floyd versus Conor. Like, I remember people went crazy. And you know why I remember people went crazy?
No.
Because I had a wedding that I was in that day and I missed it all.
Oh, my. Oh, that's tough.
I was hot. I even think it was September 12th. I even think I remember the day.
That is tough.
I was pissed.
So this is the day you get married? You sure? Is this set in stone, or is this just like we're throwing out some ideas?
Man, and it was an all-day affair. Like, I missed everything. I ended up buying the Floyd Canelo fight, recorded it, watched it later that night. But I missed Gianni and Alex. And I think the game was tight. Like, I think it was a close game.
Yeah.
And it lived up to the billing of everything. I was like, damn. Man.
Yeah, it was legit. It was a moment. Johnny Manziel was a good one. That we forgot about in our discussion of college stars. Like,
Johnny was huge.
That was that was Johnny was a good one. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Let's get to our brother here. Big Al. Always good to hear from our man, Big Al. What's happening, brother?
I've gone to Monterey, play golf for a while, so I missed you. So just two quick topics and get your thoughts. First on the playoffs, the most compelling. Are you interested? Do you have feeling and love for the Heat? I just there's something about that team I really like. I really like the way that team's constructed. I know Philadelphia's got problems because, who's injured and such, but those guys are just they're tenacious on defense. Love that defense intensity. Them and the Celtics would be a good final.
It would.
In the Eastern Conference.
I think them and the Celtics or the Heat Celtics or the Bucks would be a good one. It'd be physical. You got some history with the Bucks and the Heat, so they'd have that to play off of. But I'm not a huge Heat fan or like Miami like that. But I love the way they get down. Like,
you know what I think it is? I don't think I appreciate the Heat. Like, every time I watch watching the game the other night, it's like, they're legit. I try, like, they're really, really good. And you see Tyler Hero winning how great is it that Tyler Hero has the performance that he has in game one, and then a day later is named, the NBA Sixth Man of the Year. But I as I watched them, it's like, why why am I not more into this team? And I don't have an explanation. Like, I have no idea why. I think it's just simply because there isn't a player on that team that I gravitate towards. Like Philly prior to James Harden getting there, I love Joel Embiid, and I just love to watch Joel Embiid. Boston, I mean, like their coach, their players. I love a lot about Boston. And then Giannis, Milwaukee. I could gravitate. I like Jimmy Butler, but I don't really gravitate towards Jimmy Butler. There's no one on the guy I want to gravitate the most to on the Heat is Pat Riley. Like, you know what I mean? There's no one. It just. But every single time through this entire playoffs that I sit down to watch them, and I just didn't. I don't know. I just didn't get these overwhelming vibes in the regular season. It was just like, God, man, this team is really, really good.
Yeah. No, I completely agree.
Think we're sleeping on them. I won't speak for you. I'm sleeping on them. Like, this team is legit. They could beat Milwaukee. They could beat Boston. They could beat Philly. They could be in the Eastern. They could represent the Eastern Conference
for sure. Absolutely. I like Tyler Hero too. I really do like Tyler. That guy. He can go. Tyler Hero can play. Love watching him play. Smooth too.
Just looking at something from Shams here. The Los Angeles Lakers have requested permission to interview Raptors assistant Adrian Griffin, which is funny when you take into account what Masai Ujiri said about Nick Nurse. Like, y'all can live them dreams if you want to. I mean, I dream big. Nick Nurse is our guy. He's not going anywhere. So they'll go for the next best thing, and that's James said this from jump, that he thought the Lakers would be pooling, if you will, from an entirely different crop of coaches than Sacramento was. The only names that I know for sure, in anyone fill me in if is Darvin Ham and now Adrian Griffin. Have they requested permission to interview anybody else, or have they interviewed anybody at all in this process? I know Mark Jackson's name was brought up, but I don't know that. I don't know if that was
LeBron.
Yeah. Well, no, it was reported to have been brought up by LeBron.
Right. It wasn't the Lakers saying they have interest.
It was like LeBron didn't tweet about it.
No.
Like LeBron was tweeting about Ja. Like, he wasn't tweeting about Mark Jackson. Unless Ja stood for Jackson. LeBron. These dweebs out here.
Dweebs. LeBron tweeted out, I think it was this playoffs. It was like the first game. As a matter of fact, I think it was the play-in when he tweeted. I was like, I ain't never missing this again. I'm so hyped right now. I ain't never missing these playoffs again.
I think he put a little extra on it, but he did in fact tweet that. I haven't tried LeBron's tequila yet. It's not Sovereign brand, so it ain't really my bag, but I appreciate him putting in the work.
Did you see that?
Yeah, fam. He's tweeted about Ja a couple times.
Oh, he's trying to get him to Lakers.
So yeah, I was gonna say, when are we gonna do it? Ja to the Lakers. Oh, he's tweeting about Luka.
Oh yeah, he's trying to make it. He having his own inside the NBA on Twitter.
I'm trying to find that I'm never missing the playoffs tweet again. I'm trying to find that.
Yeah, was that far? That's that far back. LeBron been tweeting.
Man, maybe I scrolled past it. He's got a flaming Cheetos.
Oh yeah, he does. That's his.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now I've probably gone. He's tweeting about the WNBA here. Like, God damn, no one told y'all. Like LeBron. Like, you're smart enough to know why these women go to school for 4 years and aren't one and dones. Did he delete it? Yeah, of course.
Deleted that, right? Yeah.
I think he's okay. Oh no, it's here. Here it is. He was tweeting a lot. I will not miss the postseason again for my career. This stuff, paraphrase, hurt. okay, back to watching these games. I'm gonna do the unthinkable. This is I'm gonna do the unthinkable and just take a peek at the quote tweets and just see what they look like. Bro, tell that to your teammates. What you saying that to us for? This why Russ deleted everything. Bron fitting to get rid of some brothers. I'm sure there's some. Yeah, okay, buddy. Oh man.
Tweets, man. Can't even tweet in peace.
Can't even tweet in peace. All right. Of course, his tweets were popping off. He's like 5,000 quote tweets, and I'm sitting here trying to read them all. All right. I'm leaving.
I'm looking. Oh, there we go.
LeBron leaving the Lakers? Question mark. Oh.
One for the people who didn't hear it.
Oh. Is this real news?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go.
Sam Amick. Sources say the Kings are meeting with Mike Brown today. His Warriors, of course, just got back from Memphis after game 2. Much more here on the Kings coaching search at the article that he has posted. So Mike Brown is today. Doesn't look like Mark Jackson was a 2-day thing like Steve Clifford.
All right. All right. Mark Jackson, a 1-dayer. Steve Clifford, a 2-dayer. Okay.
Mike Brown interviewing today with the Sacramento Kings.
So today's Wednesday?
Yeah.
Cool. Just come on, guys.
They haven't
do it on Friday.
Yeah, I haven't done it Friday.
Let's not do this garbage where we drop something on Saturday. Like come on, man. We got I say we. Kenny's got Reese's baseball game, soccer game.
For me.
He's got his basketball game.
Baseball on Saturday. We don't need all that. I need to be able to be live. Saturday, I don't know if I might be in the car or something.
Be on the phone, be on FaceTime. Like, hey, we're live on FaceTime. Airway here, reaction to the no, just do it Friday. Come on. Like, what are we doing? It's 3 guys. Like, you're gonna know. You're gonna know. As a matter of fact, just go into this meeting with Mike and offer him the job. Get the money right, get it all laid out, get the years right.
Settle down just a little bit. But I mean, if they did do that, okay, it's whatever. But settle down just a little bit.
All right. Now, hey, your boy's a 1-dayer. I don't know. Right now, Steve Clifford's a 2-dayer, and your boy's a 1-dayer. So
Vivek already wants Mark Jackson. There was nothing really to talk about.
Yeah, are you the source of the Bleacher Report rumors? Are you the one?
Am I the third man?
Are you in fact?
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
I'll need to be asking yourself. One day, it's just going to be super clear. You're going to find out, and it's.
What is he doing? God, is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on here?
Sources say Monte McNair did not take Mark Jackson to Haagen-Dazs. They didn't go to Haagen-Dazs.
Just for my own amusement, just play that one more time. I love that.
What is he doing? God, is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on here?
What the hell is going on?
Mark Jackson, you can go to hell, straight to hell. That's not true. That's a wrestling line for those who don't understand. I'm just trying to scroll through Sam Amick's article to see if there is anything else noteworthy in here that we need to relay to you. And there's not. This is actually the article he printed a couple of days ago. It's not a new article. So, all right, Mike Brown's interview begins today. It makes sense. The Warriors don't play again till Saturday. So I certainly have no idea what the Warriors schedule is. My guess is they're probably off today.
Yeah, off today.
Or film or something super low key today.
I still say my guess is that Mark gets a job. That would be a bombshell if he got the job though.
Your guess is you think Mark Jackson is getting the job.
I do.
Okay.
I do. Boy, oh boy, they better be. Man, if that happened, they better be fully prepared. Fully prepared.
You know what's
everybody involved better
so
be prepared.
I'll be clear. I understand that Kenny and I this week have. I'm trying to present like. Have you ever, homeboy who put out the it's an old tweet thread, but the one that has circulated 4 billion times over the last week about Mark Jackson, the tweet thread about everything he's done wrong.
Yeah.
Do Jason Kidd now.
Yeah, right.
I don't even know if Twitter lets you make a thread because this dude threw in everything, and I'm not knocking it well thought out. It was they put some work into it. He included basketball stuff. Great. Do Jason Kidd now. Because it's weird to me, and I understand all of his faults. Mark Jackson's. But man, it feels like people tiptoe around the homophobic stuff because it really can't be substantiated. Like it didn't happen publicly. It's been taught. It happened in front of enough people to where everybody knows about it. And it's kind of whispered about. And the reason it's whispered about is because everyone, you heard it. I heard it. We heard it from different people. I'm confident what I'm told was the truth, that he made some off color remark about whether it was gay people or gay marriage in what I truly can't remember if it was to Rick Welts, right? Was that his name? Or at least in the presence of Rick. And that this was while he was coaching. Like this story circulated while he was still the Golden State Warriors coach, not after.
Yeah.
I understand all of that. Y'all ever done a deep dive on Jason Kidd? Because and maybe it's because it wasn't in Sacramento. But Jason Kidd was in Los Angeles. Jason Kidd was all over The Jump, RIP, and all of these other NBA shows talking about how he wants to be a coach and he's trying to rehabilitate his image after the Bucks fiasco and being the Lakers assistant. And then he's starting to campaign for jobs that are already occupied and doing all this sort of stuff. I didn't hear the fact that he apparently beat the crap out of his wife. I didn't hear that brought up on any of these shows. But every time Mark Jackson's name comes up, we bring up religion, we bring up his alleged homophobia. And again, you can't excuse it. It's not okay.
Right.
But I think I think the point I'm trying to make is, man, we just really continue to marginalize women in sports. His religious beliefs and how he pushes religion on people. Oh, that's a really big turnoff. Yeah, this guy who beats the crap out of his wife, not as big of a deal. We're not going to bring that up. It's like we can't keep the same energy when we talk about it's like we can't keep the same energy when we decide what's offensive. Oh, he's talking about God. Oh, I can't have that. Well, he beat up his wife. He's a good coach, though. All right, that's what we do. Okay.
Yeah.
If you got an issue with Mark Jackson, that's fine. I just hope you have an issue with Jason Kidd too.
And I think for the most part, I can't speak for everybody. I think people do.
And maybe it doesn't matter because he ain't here. He ain't our problem.
Yeah. I think that when you talk about Mark Jackson, a lot of things that also gets thrown around with him, and I'm not really gonna get into it, but the hate, the homophobia and things of that nature, I think that sets people off as well, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. I mean, I agree with all that. I don't know if that's accurate for Mark Jackson or not, but we got the same stories. We hear the same stories, and you interpret them however you want to interpret them. And that absolutely is something that people should be offended by. At least I feel they should be. I am. I don't think that stuff is okay at all. As far as like if there is hate, towards gay people or anything like that, like I'm not riding with that or siding with that at all. But that's just something that seems to resonate more with people right now in a lot of circles than anything going up against a woman. And it's sad. It's unfortunate.
It is. It is. Yeah. We've got to pay this off. You mentioned this about 2 hours and 34 minutes ago. We were talking about Gary Payton Jr. Gary Payton II. And we talked that we were complimenting
all about this.
We were complimenting the tremendous season that Gary Payton II has had. And you made a sly little remark about, we'll get to it later, but you want to finish that?
Just asking the question. I want to know what the chatty house has to say.
I don't know if Miss P's still in the chat. She's been waiting for this all day. Go. She just doesn't know it. This is the moment she was waiting for. Go ahead.
I'm just asking the question here.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to have Gary Payton II on the team, on the Sacramento Kings. Would love to. But if you had your choice between Gary Payton II, Donte DiVincenzo, and I'm going to say it, Dillon Brooks, who would you have on this team?
Oh, man.
I would really try to go get Dillon Brooks.
That's the one I was going to say too.
Yeah.
Not a good day to bring this up, but not a good day to bring this up at all. But I think Dillon Brooks, absolutely.
Now, let me ask you and the people all this. Would you give Gary Payton II the same contract that you would give Donte and let Donte walk? If it came to that.
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so.
I think Gary Payton II is the goods. I think he's the real deal. I think
it just took him a while to find his. Did it take him a while to find his groove in the NBA, or did he need to land with a place like Golden State?
A little bit of both. I think he's the type of guy that has been, a super athlete, super scorer, probably his entire life, at every level that he's played. And getting into the NBA, you're kind of feeling the same way, but you have to realize that's not my role, maybe in this league, or that's not my role here. And he said, all right, I'm gonna be a guy that really locks in on the defensive end. I think he was a point guard at Oregon State. So not even having the ball in his hands, you know what I mean? Like, that's an adjustment. So getting to the NBA and trying to figure out where you fit at and what your role would be with a number of different teams, specifically with the Warriors, and how you're going to stick, that might have took some time. But when he found it, he hasn't gone back for the last year and a half, 2 years or so.
So you think that he's found it?
I think so. I think he's found who he is in this league. He is
6 years
defender. Yeah, I think
so that'll probably put him at. Yeah, Jesse, I feel like you said this earlier.
Yeah, he's 30.
He's 30 years old.
He's 30.
How old's Donte?
I would think Dante's probably like 27. My guess.
25.
25, man. He young.
Still feel the same? I mean, I don't mean to be a jerk. Got a bad elbow now. I mean, hey.
He had a bad foot.
That's true. That's true.
Man, I could.
They both coming to the cookout.
They both going to the same barber.
They both going to the same barber. Yep.
That's a fact. Could be a prisoner of the moment or recency bias. But man, I just think
they both come from winning franchises.
Yeah.
Golden State, Milwaukee.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
I feel like
what's even tough is I take Dillon Brooks over both.
By the way, yeah, true. That is a true story. Boy, this coaching search sure has quieted all that stuff about Donte DiVincenzo, hasn't it? I can't wait for the Kings to hire their next head coach, and then all of a sudden the Donte DiVincenzo stuff erupt again.
Oh, brother. If it ain't one thing, it's another.
It's like we can never be comfortable.
Mm.
We can never sit back and just go, I can't wait for the season to get here. Nope. There's got to be plenty of drama along the way.
Funny thing about that is, from everything we hear, that's another crazy thing that kind of has nothing to do with Vivek.
Dante
has nothing to do with him. And it has all to do with people that you're like, just let them do what they want to do. Okay. All right. This is what they're doing right now.
This is the Dante DiVincenzo. Okay. Here's what I'm comfortable. Here's what I know we can tell you. The Dante DiVincenzo thing, that's the fault of basketball people.
Facts.
The question is, what basketball people? Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious almighty. I really do hope James has been listening to this whole show, because, man, we have got a lot to talk to James about. James had an eventful couple of days. Hopefully his refrigerator finally arrived, if you're following the Kings beat.
Yeah, I think it did. I think it did.
I think he recorded some stuff out of sequence. Like it was James and Brendan, then it was James and Sean, and then I think it was James and Brendan again, and they were recorded a little bit out of sequence. So I do believe the ham refrigerator has been delivered, and we'll have James tell you, for those who aren't caught up on the Kings beat, who he ran into over the weekend, or not over the weekend. I think he ran into him yesterday.
Loco was popping.
Apparently it was. It sounds like, from what James said, we were the only ones who weren't there. We'll talk to James about that. I want to mention the Chappelle thing, and we got to show some love to the legendary Dusty Baker.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
That's next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Wow.
I'll be right back, but
they kind of got away from us.
No, sir.
Nope.
No, sir.
It sure is not. It's on the backup plan. Let's see. Well, truthfully, probably can't get any worse. Damn, they won again already? Jeez. Man, baseball. Wow, man, they turn over quick in baseball. Man, I was trying to put that on the screen. Do we still have one of those? Is that still a thing? No, I promise you, this I can say definitively. Vivek got nothing to do with the Dante thing. Absolutely nothing. It is 1,000% basketball people. I love Dillon Brooks, man. He's a baller. Craig Robinson, is that true? Is it, or not Craig Robinson? Craig Robinson is on The Office. Is that that's his name, isn't it? No, but isn't Michelle Obama's brother, the coach? I thought his name was maybe not Craig Robinson. Maybe it's Craig. Craig, you ain't got to lie, Craig. You ain't got to. Oh, I was right. Yeah. Okay. Where'd he play for him at? Ramsey? Just curious. You're saying I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. Oh, Oregon State. Okay, I got you. Okay. Oregon State indeed. Yeah, no age bracket anymore. That's kind of what I was thinking. Yes. Brett dropped that gem on us a while ago, and it hasn't. I don't know now. From what I understand, Dr. David, there's a difference between bourbon and whiskey. So I don't know which one he's doing, if they're actually doing it. I think we're getting a product announcement this year, and your boy's going by the main office in New York over the summer. So I'm pretty hyped about that. But I think we're getting a product announcement this year. And I think we're getting it this quarter, but I don't know that for sure. all day, baby. It's. I didn't turn the air on. It was warm in here. And you are the man that would know. Bourbon is made in. So is that the only way whiskey can be bourbon? Is it has to be made in Kentucky? Because like how champagne can only be made from grapes from a certain part of Italy. Like we'll say champagne. The Luke Belaire, that's not champagne. It's sparkling wine because of where the grapes come from. And how do you feel about this situation, webcams? Oh, more. Oh, please tell us. Tell us more. Oh, indeed. It's got to be a bot, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. It's a good question. Correct. Whiskey and bourbon, it's the same thing. It's just called bourbon in Kentucky. Okay. Bourbon comes. Oh no, you're getting called out on this. Wait a minute. That's what I thought. See, that's what I thought. I thought it was how the whiskey was distilled, and that's what. That's right, France, not Italy. Thank you, David. Thank you. It's the grapes from certain parts of France. All right, Andrew. You know what? That's a question Chris absolutely would know. Chris, what is malt liquor? Like what makes it malt?
Cheap.
What makes it a malt liquor?
It's not quality, I guess, huh?
Colt 45. That's malt liquor, right? Old English. Which one? I ain't never drink that nonsense. Dave Chappelle had an interesting night at the Hollywood Bowl last night.
Oh, God.
Someone tried to hit him with a Roman Reigns spear on stage.
Bro.
Kind of sidestepped it. And that individual rightfully got the crap kicked out of them.
Fam, I wasn't ready for all of that this morning. Heard the story, heard everything that was going on. I wasn't ready for the video of him getting on the stretcher.
Yeah.
I said, wait, is it what? Oh no, let me scroll past this.
Yeah. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Let me scroll past this. Jeez, that's why that could never. Goodness gracious, the man's arm was backwards.
Yeah, it happens.
He got what he deserved. I ain't saying that. I just wasn't ready to see that. Chappelle
quickly recovers and tells a joke that we'll just leave for the internet if you want to go find it. And then Chris Rock comes out and yells, "Was that Will Smith?" So everybody kind of had their moment at the Hollywood Bowl. Apparently, man, we're missing out, boy. They've been doing this Netflix is a joke thing down there for the last few days, man, and it sounds like it's the place to be.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
all the big dogs are doing sets out there, but Chappelle says it ain't gonna let him. That stuff ain't gonna deter him from anything. They're gonna keep the comedy festival going, and yeah, scared. That's why I like when you see stuff with like fans on stage or on fans on courts. We see it in wrestling sometimes. Dude, that stuff is not funny to me.
No, it's not at all.
I do not find that stuff even remotely amusing.
And maybe maybe this isn't the best thing to say. I apologize, if I offend somebody or it's the wrong thing to say, but I'm all for them getting the hell beat out of them. I ain't saying nobody should die or nothing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, rough them up. Rough them up. They do that in wrestling a lot too, right? When they come in the ring, the wrestlers.
You ain't never seen the video of Triple H?
Yeah.
Triple H, like someone comes to get Stone Cold and Triple H, who's like dead from the stunner, sees the dude come in and like comes back to life and turns over and just beats the hell out of him. You essentially, not essentially, in reality, you're trespassing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to be here. You're here. Yeah. You're on my property. You're on my stage. Yo, you get your ass whooped. You get your ass whooped. What do you want to do?
It is what it is. Shouldn't be doing that, man.
No,
Get what you deserve.
Come on, man.
And then, like you said, it's scary too because, you know, he tried to spirit. You don't know what's going on with him. You know, if he got a knife or, you know, what's going on. So, yeah, he got what he deserved, and that arm was in the wrong direction. It looks like Brock Lesnar got him in a Kimura lock or something.
It absolutely did. Hey, he worked himself into a shoot, brother. He worked himself into a shoot, just like Kenny did with Mark Jackson.
Can you imagine if somebody ran into the ring on Brock?
No, there isn't a huge. No, so someone here in the chat says, didn't a fan tackle Seth Rollins? Yep, someone tackled Seth Rollins. You know who they didn't tackle? Brock Lesnar. You know what? I do not condone this type of behavior at all. I think it's disgusting, and I think the punishment should be massive. I wish someone would do that to Brock Lesnar.
Oh my goodness! And
I
don't think anybody would get on any field or ring ever again.
You want a deterrent? Keep the camera on. Don't turn away. Don't look at the crowd. Nope. Close. Do a zoom in on some random fan trying to attack Brock Lesnar, and then let a WWE security guard try to calm Brock Lesnar down. Let's just see how this whole situation works.
Brock won't be done with the guy.
He will not.
He's not done.
Yeah. Shout out to Dusty Baker.
Yes, sir.
Became the first black manager to win 2,000 games. And as Ramsey pointed out, and this is the nature of baseball, he's already won 2001.
Yeah. Watching that game, by the way.
Of course you are. Wasted $150 on
Justin Verlander, who's still in Major League Baseball. Kind of forgot about. Remember when he was like the best pitcher in the world?
I do remember that.
Good performance by him today.
Okay.
Yeah, Dusty. Man, Dusty is one guy that I have so much reverence and admiration for. I love Dusty Baker. I love Dusty Baker, man, and I don't care what happens. You know, he's one of the greatest managers I've ever seen. But man, do I really, really want him to win a World Series. I don't know if it'll happen in Houston or where it's got to happen. Oh man, I want to see Dusty win a World Series more than any other random athlete. I want to see any other.
Well, Dusty ain't random. Yeah,
Dusty. No, but I'm just saying, he's not on my team. He's not like
I got you. I see. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but Dusty's ours though, so he's on the home team. Even though he's not a Giants or an A's guy or whatever, he's on the home team.
Absolutely, the man, and he's one of the greatest managers of all time.
He's one of the most important figures to come out of this city.
Yes.
El Campo grad and the whole deal.
And the crazy thing, you see Dusty at the Golden One Center. You know, a couple times I was at the games this year. Dusty, you know, walking to a seat, walking away from just
next to you. Was he sitting next to you?
He was down the way,
little further down. Couple people in the middle. But you and Dusty had the same section, same row.
Well, when I say down the way, he was.
Oh, he was behind you.
Oh no.
Oh, Dusty Baker was behind you.
To the left and the right, not front and back.
Oh yeah. Just hey, Dusty. He passed you the popcorn as the handed it down. No, we get it. We were watching from up in row Z where the rest of us sit.
Oh man, Dusty, he's the man.
I don't know.
Oh, go ahead. No,
I was gonna say I don't know how. Like Dusty's got to be a Hall of Famer, right?
Hands down.
I don't know if they follow the same rules with managers that they do like players, because I feel like you can manage till you're. I mean, Tony La Russa's like 99 years old.
Managing right now.
Like that's what I mean. Like you can manage. And by the way, just flawless execution from Houston. The Houston Astros, the most hated organization in baseball at the time, perhaps one of the most hated organizations in professional sports at the time. We've got to make a managerial change. We have to. Cheating, the whole thing. Who can we bring in? The most likable guy in the league.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Dusty Baker because you can't be mad at Dusty Baker.
How are we gonna be too mad at that?
Exactly. like you get, and what'd you just say? No, we hate the Astros. Oh man, it'd be really good to see Dusty Baker get a.
I was rooting for the Astros.
Oh yeah, for sure. Last year, yeah.
Like, yo, go get you one.
Well, and two, it's over. Oh, that's like, it's dumb. Like, all right, it's move on. We were robbed of what would have been like a great the moments game after game where Houston is booed. Like, you do it for a year and it's funny. It's all right, move on. And like the first part of the season, you're only booed by like the 700 people that are actually at games in early in the season.
Moments pass now,
but it's over. It was over last year. It's been over for a while. But again, credit to Houston.
That team aren't even on that team anymore.
Just flawless execution by the Houston.
They executed that one to perfection, like you said. Two other things here on the 10th inning. Oh,
this was the 10th inning.
10th inning here.
Okay. All right. James Ham coming up in a minute.
Giants lose to the Dodgers last night, 3-1. Frustrating.
I'm gonna let you skip it. Yep.
Had some opportunities. Rodon was really good again last night. He just gave up the 2-run jack, and that was really the difference in the game. Giants go again tonight at Chavez Ravine against the Dodgers. And then, did you see what happened to Madison Bumgarner yesterday?
Yes.
What the hell was that? What was that?
Yeah, sure.
Did you see the close-up picture of the ump who never even looked at Mad Bum's hand when he was
close-up?
Yeah.
No.
He never looked at his hand. He's rubbing his palm, Madison Bumgarner's palm, looking directly at Madison the entire time.
Okay.
It's weird.
Well, I stumbled across a different video. Now I have to see this through.
Oh, no.
What is...
Yeah.
Oh, this is weird.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
really
weird.
Creepy. It's really
okay. Okay. Wait a minute. I'm looking. So they're showing this video that I came across. So do they do this every inning?
They do it randomly.
Why is he looking at him like that?
Retweet that so the people.
So I saw I think the bum ejected, and I saw him getting pulled back and him going face to face. Why is he staring into his eyes that way?
I don't know. It's bizarre. And I apologize to everybody. I said it was last night. It was a morning game. How did I miss that game?
This is phenomenal.
Yeah, really bizarre.
The tweet says Madison Bumgarner getting ejected right after a hand massage. Oh, this is marvelous.
Yeah, that was crazy, man.
Oh, no. Okay, so this was the original video I saw. No wonder I didn't see it. I'm seeing the umpire yell at him, and then they're showing the manager and the umpire yell at each other. Then they're showing the big pull apart. I didn't see the whole hand massage thing.
Yeah, really.
The original tweet I saw says Madison Bumgarner lost his mind on an umpire who was tossed from the game after pitching one inning.
I wonder what was said.
Why was he looking at him that way, though? I mean, that's how I look at James Ham when James joins us. I don't know why that umpire was looking at Madison Bumgarner that way.
I think he was.
I hope you've been listening, man. This has been an eventful day, my friend. Welcome in.
I haven't caught
Kings Insider, James Ham, and creator of the Kings Beat. James, I don't even know where to begin. So let's go to my notes just so we kind of stay on track. Do you feel any different about a candidate than you did 4 or 5 days ago?
No.
Not at all?
I don't think so. No, I mean, have I strengthened my like or dislike? Maybe a little bit, but I don't think that I've completely changed my mind on any candidate.
I agree with you. I mean, I haven't either. I think that maybe I strengthened. Maybe I'm a little more open to Mike Brown than I was a couple of weeks ago, but I think all three of these guys are good coaches, good basketball minds. I think in their own ways they would help out. They have the ability to help out with the Kings' lack in this organization and on this roster and in the locker room. And I mean, I think they all bring positives. They all bring negatives too, or maybe Mark's is bigger negatives than anybody's. But Steve Clifford and Mike Brown, I got question marks with those guys too. But I think all three of them are good basketball minds. I think the main thing, James, and tell me what you think about this, is we talked about this as well earlier today. I think one of the biggest questions that has to be answered when talking about hiring this coach is who can get the most out of De'Aaron Fox. And that, I'm not going to say it should be everything, but it should carry heavy weight, I think.
Yeah, I think the biggest weight for me, if I'm going to like put one thing, it's who do the basketball people want? Who do they see their vision aligning with? Who do they think they can work with? Who is it that they think gives them the best chance to succeed and to get this team to the playoffs and to build something? I think each individual player, we could break down what it means for Fox, what it means for Sabonis. But at the end of the day, we need continuity in Sacramento. We need a decision that is made by basketball people for basketball reasons and nothing else. And that's my opinion. We've tried all these other things, and they don't seem to work. The consensus should be that this team has to build something, and it's got to get this right. It's got to be a good basketball guy that is ready to take this team and do something that the last 9 during my 12 years couldn't do. Well, the last 8. But what is it, like 12, 13 since Rick Adelman left?
Goodness.
Somebody has to be the voice of reason in that room and say, this is a basketball decision. It has nothing to do with anything else. And this is the best basketball coach for this situation.
Is there a guy on this list who you don't think can do that? Who can't bring, who are the 3 candidates enough to be like, okay, that's a good basketball decision?
I don't think all 3 are. Yeah. I mean, one of them, maybe 2 of them, I would have liked to have seen a more expansive list for round 2. I would have liked to, again, if there were other coaches available, before we heard the list of 7, I would have liked to have seen that as well. Like if you had someone else in mind at that point. But the list we have now is 3, and it is what it is. And, I think anytime we get into this whole, the owner likes this guy and the GM likes this guy conversation, I think we've lost. Because now we're in the same situation we were when Michael Malone was hired before Pete D'Alessandro, when George Karl was hired before Vlade Divac, when Dave Yeager was brought in, when Vlade was looking at completely different coaches, and Dave Yeager became his coach over a weekend. That when Monte McNair took this job, he had 3 more years of Luke Walton under contract. So that's the process we have to stop doing, where we have this disjointed who's under contract now, who's going to be, like, a GM should be able to hire his own coach. That's the way successful franchises go. And we still haven't been able to see Monte McNair do it. And I don't think we've ever truly, outside of a 1-year run with Vlade and Luke Walton, seen a GM who got to hire his own coach. And then that got stopped really short after the bubble.
Ham, I'll ask you, because we've been talking about this. We talked about it for a little while. Do you believe their report? Because I'll be honest with you, I don't.
Neither do
Oh,
I.
I've heard it. I've heard it from multiple different spots that Vivek likes Mark Jackson. And again, it's going to get tagged into the James doesn't like Mark Jackson thing. And it's not that I dislike Mark Jackson. I just don't think he's the right coach at the right time for the Sacramento Kings.
By the
There's a
way,
big
James,
difference
there's
there.
nothing wrong with saying you don't like Mark Jackson as a coach. There's nothing wrong with that. You know,
Yeah,
it's okay. Like,
But
it's
either
fine.
way, I think people might tie this that I'm now putting Mark Jackson in with Vivek. And look, I think Vivek is super redeemable as an owner. Like, you walk downtown and you look at what's happened down there, what he's created, and it's just incredible. Really, it is. Like, I've told you guys this before. I worked on the downtown plaza in 1993 when I graduated from high school and became a lather apprentice. I literally worked on the mall when it was being built, when it was a really big hole, and then it became a much nicer hole, but still a hole in the wall. But anyway, like watching the transformation of downtown is remarkable. And, you know, we can make fun of the crazy, like, what is it, the piglet statue and all that stuff. But the fact that that stuff is there is amazing. That wasn't there before. And this team was on its way out the door, and it was playing in the worst arena in the NBA. He's done so much, but he still, like, has a major image issue here in Sacramento, like, as an owner. Like, and it's because, you know, the mantra always is this: it's winning cures all. And that's some, like, really, really, like, it's so far off in the distance because we've never got to a point where there's winning. So winning can't cure all if you never actually win.
Right.
You know, so we have to, like, that hypothesis has never been tested. And so I would like to see basketball people making basketball decisions. That's why you hire them. You hire them to make basketball decisions. And again, I don't think he is a bad owner. He puts money into the product. They had a $130 million payroll this year. You know, it's the highest payroll. It's more than twice any payroll that the Maloofs ever paid. And, you know, he's out there. He puts in the time. He stands courtside and cheers every single game. I would almost, like, just for his own sake, just, like, let somebody else try it this time. Let them do something this time that doesn't have your fingerprints all over it. And if that's Mark Jackson, it's Mark Jackson. If it's Mike Brown, it's Mike Brown. If it's Steve Clifford, it's Steve Clifford. But, man, like, give yourself a chance to be a hero in Sacramento. And I just feel like for 9 years he has not given himself a chance because he has to have too much of a say in what happens on the basketball side. Just like, it's almost, you know, it's almost sad in a way, because you would like to see somebody who has, like, the things he's accomplished are just completely overshadowed by the fact that, you know, his win percentage as an owner is less than 400.
Oof.
Yeah.
Can you,
it's
like,
bad.
like you can say, because that was pretty definitive. You can say definitively that Vivek is too involved with basketball decisions in this organization.
Yes.
Is there
Yeah,
something that you can point to? Like, is there like a clear, you know, that I'm using this as an example. I'm not. It's the popular. Well, you know, everyone wanted Luka, but Vivek wanted Marvin. Like,
No.
I know that's not the narrative, but is there a? I don't know. I think everyone remembers when he bought the team, and it's 5-on-5 and it
5-on-4
or 5-on-4 and
Yeah.
all of the interviews that he was doing and sitting with Shaq on Sports Center and all of this stuff, and maybe a little too much talking, maybe a little too much being out there, but it's like, okay, what has been his decision? Dave Yeager has been alluded to. Was Dave Yeager, it wasn't Vlade, so was Dave Yeager Vivek's idea? And where the hell is the Vivek-Dave Yeager connection from?
Yeah, Dave Yeager, like, the way it played out, Dave Yeager became available on a Friday night. Vlade had been doing an exhaustive search. He had whittled down his choices to a couple of people. The Kings flew Dave Yeager in on a Saturday, and by Sunday he had a contract in Sacramento. He had a new 4-year deal. Yes, that was not 100% Vlade Divac at all. You can ask a million different people about the Michael Malone firing. I know for a fact that Pete D'Alessandro and Chris Mullin pushed, but at the end of the day, it was Vivek. And Vivek who shouldered that load by doing, his whole marching band versus Sousa band, like that, like versus jazz band. Like, I know that happened. I know that he was involved in draft picks.
Real quick, James.
But wait.
Yes.
When you say push, they pushed to get Mike Malone out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, Pete
Pete
D'Alessandro and Michael Malone didn't talk for 6 weeks before.
But the part that stands out about that is, and I thought this is where Kenny was going, is Vivek let basketball people make basketball decisions, and it's arguably the worst one that's been made in this franchise in the last decade, or certainly top two.
I think he was part of that decision. I mean, like the Luka thing is one of the Marvin Bagley thing. It really does go down as, like, there are a lot of people who say not it, like it wasn't me. Mm-hmm. One of those people being Brandon Williams, who was like, oh yeah, well that was Vlade. No, like at the time, no. That was Brandon Williams was a huge proponent of drafting Marvin Bagley. No questions asked. So that's one thing. But Vlade in the end did make that decision. He did make that decision. But there are other decisions that haven't been that way. So, like, there are draft picks that were taken specifically because Vivek went, to a Final Four and fell in love with the player. There are, free agents that were signed because Vivek wanted them signed. And so we get to this point where, like, look, you do have to actually let these guys make their decisions. We can't have this entire thing where a coach and a GM aren't, the GM didn't hire the coach, and that they aren't on the same page. And it's happened like every single step of the way. Again, the only time where I honestly believe was that the first year of Luke Walton, him and Vlade were on the same page. Where that was his guy. Now, it doesn't mean that there's some huge rift between the front office and the coaching staff. It just means that that's not the guy you would have chose. And that's the problem. So if Monte is going to have this saying, I mean, this is like his legacy as well. If he's going to be the one running the basketball side, Vivek can be a voice in the room, but at the end of the day, the decision should be the general manager's job. And at this point, like, look, there's no one else. It's like Joe Dumars is gone. He wanted like a president of basketball ops position, basically. Now it's just Monte and Wes. Everyone else is gone. He basically is a president of basketball operations for all intents and purposes. He's a GM, but he is like the guy running the show. You got to let the guy, not only do you have to let him make his own choice, but on top of that, you have to actually match up years of contract, because that's going to be the next issue. Because like those guys aren't under contract long term at all, the front office. So
can you define that? Do you know definitively that you can say?
Yeah, I know they're under contract this year, and after this year, I'm not sure. I know that they need their contracts. Like, we're at a point where that needs to be the next situation that's rectified by the end of the summer. Because if not, they're going into this season as the guys who just hired your head coach, right, and may or may not be here a year later. And that's not good news either. Like, we have to have some sort of continuity here. And that's what's been lacking. If you want to build a culture, right now it's a culture of chaos. That's what it is. It's a culture of chaos and change.
James, you tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just speaking from myself here or whatever. I just feel like go on this rant feels like once a month about all this stuff. I think one of, if not the biggest problem in this organization is winning is not the most important thing for the Sacramento Kings as a whole. And I think there's too many people fighting for power, fighting for credit, too many people jealous. And I've said it a number of different times. Like a story that came out with Vivek liking one guy and the GM and everybody liking another, that didn't come from Vivek. And that came from somebody that should have shut their mouth. But they can't, because they want to make Vivek look bad as possible. And any story that's going to have him look bad, hey, guess what I heard? Guess what I heard? And that story getting out is a microcosm for me of one of the major, if not the biggest problem for this franchise. Winning is not the most important thing in this franchise. And until that changes, that's bigger than Vivek. That's more of a Vivek. That, talking about winning being the biggest thing in an organization, that is an organizational problem. And everybody's fingerprints are on that. And until that changes, we're gonna get another story. We're going to get another story from another source who's going to put the Kings in a bad light. And that's coming from the inside, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, a lot of the stories we're seeing right now that are playing out in real time, these aren't coming from inside the wall. It's not a power play by Monte McNair or Wes Wilcox. At least not in my opinion. From things that I heard, it is a lot of the gamesmanship of who's going to get that job and who's not. That's what a lot of it is. It's like, guys are pushing buttons. They know, everyone knows that, well, I would say people who are in the know in basketball understand that if you mention Vivek, you're going to rile up the fan base, right? And so I'd even say in this whole thing, there were times where I thought that somebody probably chose to say something that, like the first initial ones were, oh, the owner's really, really excited about this, right? I don't think those people know Sacramento and they don't know the NBA well enough to have made that decision. And that was a calculated misstep. So then when you see other people pile on, it's like, oh, yeah, that's his choice for sure. And then this is Monte's choice. And so now, again, we're in this situation where we see that they're, two possible guys and that they're, there's been a lot of leaning one way. Like I've heard it. I told you guys last week that Mark Jackson was a legitimate candidate. So a completely legitimate candidate. And it was like, wait, no, he's not. Oh, yeah, he's legitimate. and so here we are today, that we're in the same situation. I don't think most of these leaks are coming from inside at all. Like I've had plenty of discussions with guys that are decision makers or help decision makers, and I'm not getting this. Hey, can you say this to make him look bad so maybe we can get our guy? That's not happening.
Yeah, I don't think that happens either.
No, but the agent game.
I don't think that happens either.
Yeah,
no, I don't think that's what happened here either. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think the agent thing is going on. The agent thing right now is really going on outside. So, and I told you guys, I talked about it on the podcast that went out last night. I have had conversations, and I do believe, my biggest question with Mike Brown was always, would he take the job? And I do have that confirmed, that he would take the job. He wants specific stipulations, and, his people are going to fight for, as high a budget for assistants and, length of contract and dollar amount for contract and all that stuff. But also that they, he wants a commitment to winning. Like what he doesn't want to do is get in the situation that Steve Clifford was in, where you're coaching a team and all of a sudden they trade all your players and you're just like, yeah, I can't start over again. This isn't going to work for me. So I do believe that Mike Brown would take the job, that if the situation was right here in Sacramento, and if he gets a good vibe from the visit that he's on today here in Sacramento.
So if you're downtown, look around Haagen-Dazs, and if Mike Brown is at Haagen-Dazs, that's a good sign. I actually want to talk about
now.
If you're at Haagen-Dazs in Doko, please send us a message. I want to talk about your trip downtown because it sounded quite eventful. But I want to stick with this for just a second longer. Whatever the validity is to this Monte and Mike Brown, Mark Jackson and Vivek Ranadive thing, if for whatever reason Monte doesn't have final say on this hire, doesn't he have to quit? Can't he save his career by just quitting and telling Woj, look, I didn't hire this coach. I'm not running this team, so I just quit. You just laid out he doesn't appear to be under contract long term, so it's not like he's walking away from a substantial amount of money. I can't do my job, so I quit.
Yeah, I guess he could, but again, the NBA is a small circle, and like you have to be cautious in doing that, because then it does look like you gave up. I mean, I get what you're saying, and like that would be my hardline stance. Not that, hey, do this or I'm quitting, but like look, you understand.
I'd be mine. Like if you don't let me do it, what do you need me for?
Yeah. Well, that's going to be like, they should understand that, like, if the wrong coach is introduced, if Mark Jackson is introduced next week, next Monday, next Tuesday, there's going to be the entire focus of the press conference will be on Mark Jackson's past and on whether or not this was really Monte McNair's hire. That will be I mean, talk about just like a new head coaching hire typically in the league is celebrated. That I don't think will be the case. Like, it's not going to be like the Debbie Downer, but it's going to be like a realistic, like, hey, what are we doing here? Like that's going to be the press conference. And like, they shouldn't worry about the intro press conference, but
it's James's first question. Monty, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it's got to be an awkward situation. I mean, that's where we're set up for, right? Yeah. There's no question that's going to be the main thing. It's going to be the Mark Jackson's past and how he gets past that past, if he's ready to move forward, or if he's going to say something like very like vanilla but meaningful, like, yeah, I made mistakes the first time and I'm going to try to do things differently this time. Something that simple, that would be okay. But what we can't do is have a press conference that quickly spins down the drain, where it's like, yeah, bring those people. Let me see who those sources are. Bring them in here, that kind of deal. And then have Monte McNair dancing around like doing his dodgeball impersonation, trying to avoid whether this was his hire or not. Like, it's a mess. And so we have to, like, it's not hard to envision what that would look like.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. And Ham's throwing wrenches.
Well, I won't be the only one. And if I am,
absolutely not.
If I am, shame on everyone else. Like,
Sean Cunningham got some new Fox 40 wrenches he can throw too.
Right.
Special Fox 40 wrenches.
We'll get Brendan some baby wrenches that he can throw.
Real quick before we get out of here.
We're not going anywhere. I hate when you do that.
Well, we were talking about his day in Delco.
Oh, yeah, we got to talk about his day in Delco for sure.
And I don't know how long we're going to keep talking about these three candidates in this form. I just want to get more information on and clarification on like this process, right? Where, we joked about it, but we don't know if it has any real meaning to it. Like, Steve Clifford was here 2 days. Seems like Mark was only here 1. Now Mike is here. Looks like Mark isn't really a legit candidate. Like, how does this thing go? Does any of that matter at all?
No, none of that matters at all. No, when you're doing this, I mean, look, Mike Brown flew. It took an overnight flight to get home, and the fact that he's actually, going through with his interview today.
He wants it bad. He took the overnight flight. That's got to mean something.
Well,
We're reading into everything.
He flew with the team overnight because they were, because they were in Memphis. No, they're in Memphis. So, like the team charter leaves after, and they got home, and so like, look, you got to fit it in with Mike Brown, because Mike Brown is in the middle of a high-level playoff series that's turned like incredibly weird and violent. But he's in the middle of a crazy, playoff series, and he's here like interviewing and wanting the job. He's showing you that he's willing to take time out of the busy schedule, and they're working around it. They understand the game. Steve Kerr understands the game. So no, I don't think we should look into anything. Mark Jackson is calling games like nonstop. So he's got to get somewhere in some city. He's not just taking a bunch of days off to do this as well. Steve Clifford just happens to work for the Brooklyn Nets, who are out of the playoffs, and he has more time. And so we don't even know when he got here on Sunday. Maybe he got here Sunday late, and then That's why he stayed the night and like hung out the next day. I mean, you want to have dinner with these guys. You want to sit down. You want to have really, really good, just general conversations where you get a good feel for who they are as people. And hopefully you come away with it with like, okay, look, this makes sense.
Seems like they only had Chipotle with Mark Jackson. They had Yard House with Steve Clifford. They only went to Chipotle with Mark.
Yeah.
Didn't even go to Haagen-Dazs, man. Didn't even go to Haagen-Dazs.
They wouldn't even like let him have the guacamole.
Or like really, they walked. They're walking Mike down to Devil May Care. They're giving him the good stuff. Like, y'all are getting Haagen-Dazs. We're going down to Devil May Care with Mike. Look, Mark, if you want an ice cream cone, go get one. That's fine.
There's Mike, a Dippin' Dots place right outside. Some guy pushing a cart. Go get your Dippin' Dots.
Go to Starbucks.
A vending machine, a Dippin' Dots vending machine.
Look,
here you go, Mark.
Give him none of that. They just got the people outside with the grill with the bacon wrap hot dogs. Like, here, Mark. You got any change? You got any cash? This is paper. Whatever. Here, take this little bacon wrap hot dog.
Mark, we're going to stand here long enough so James Ham can see us and report that he saw us, and then we're gonna then you can go back to your room at the Sawyer. Which is what I want to talk to James about, because James was downtown and apparently he saw everybody. So we'll dive into that. Maybe James will give us an update on his refrigerator. It was quite a fiasco yesterday with the refrigerator. The exasperated sigh. We'll come back much more on the Kings coaching search with the Kings Insider, our 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, clear.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Someone could call me right now. Hey, is your refrigerator running? I would just go, nope, click. It's not.
Wait, it didn't get replaced?
No. So I have a big old, double door opens up with a door on the outside, an ice maker, and then the freezer.
Do you have like complete carcasses hanging in your refrigerator? Because I can envision that.
No, because I don't hunt at all, but I do. We do buy like half a pig, like once or twice a year. We have a freezer in our pantry that has because it grass fed and it's all local and all that stuff. But when it comes to the refrigerator, this is I mean, we've been in this house. It's probably like 6.5 years old, and this is the second time it's blown its compressor. And compressors are, we're talking like $800 to get the thing fixed. But
jeez.
It's like a $20-something $100 refrigerator. So, and I want to bring up this. Where did that go? Let's see. Where is the Kings? Somebody asked me right when I got on if I could unblock them. Where did you go? Well, I don't know how to search these things. When did I get? Come on. Okay, that makes more sense. I can go that way.
There's a button there. You see the little star? You can always hit the star and it'll save the
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
we
I missed
figured
it.
that out like 2 weeks ago.
It's this one right here. Can you please unblock me on Twitter? I am sorry, brother. I need Kings news, and I'm not sure what to do with my life now. You know what, man? If you would stop making parody accounts of me, which I have to have removed by Twitter, because you continue to make parody accounts of me and put information that's not true out on the internet with my name and my bio and my picture, then maybe I would unblock you. But we'll have to see.
Damn, called him out.
R.I.P. King's Insight. R.I.P.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Get your Kings news here, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
No, I haven't blocked Tim Kawakami. I actually like Tim Kawakami.
You are a rare breed.
Yeah. I told you I can get along with anybody. Yeah, I can get along with anybody. Yeah. I thought long and hard about whether I should block somebody, but then I'm like, you know what? Every single time I have to send my ID to Twitter, and then they have to pull it down. And by the time I get in there, it's already got like 25 retweets of people who now believe that something that someone said using my name, and
it's a cold world when you get caught by the fake James Ham account. It's even colder when you don't look to see that James Ham has one follower. And it's even ice cold when you almost report it on your radio show. Won't say which one of us did that, but it wasn't me. So I'm not going to say who it was, but it wasn't me.
Jesse, you got to do better, big dog.
Yeah, Jesse.
Got to do better.
Amazing.
Damn, I wish we had a Lolo's Chicken and Waffles here. I'd be there all the time.
That's LA.
Yeah.
I
love
like
Roscoe's.
Arizona and Vegas is where they have these things.
Which one is it?
It's called Lolo's.
Oh yeah, Lolo's. I've been in Arizona with Jason Jones.
We're coming back, guys. Hang on.
Okay.
Dillon and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You have a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park, October 15th and 16th. You can enter on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. The Kings Insider, our 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham, with us here. James, I mentioned you had an eventful day in downtown Sacramento. Was that yesterday or was that the day before?
No, it was yesterday. Yeah.
You ran into just about everybody. You want to take us through your day?
Yeah, I went down to have coffee. I'm not going to mention who I had coffee with, because we're just like introductory conversation and like,
Mark Jackson, clearly. Introductory conversation. It's Mark Jackson. I'm starting this rumor from the fake James Ham Twitter account.
There you go.
Just met with Mark Jackson.
No, but like I talked about this on the pod, like so many times in King's lore, I've just happened to be in the middle of all kinds of things. It really is like some of the Forrest Gump things where he just happens to be there, walking past the school and the girl drops her notebook and he picks it up and here you go, ma'am, you dropped this, like again and again, like all of these times. So yeah, I had coffee. And while I was having coffee, I looked out the window and like Monte and Wes are sitting right at a table outside, like right, maybe 30 feet away. I don't think they can see me because there's like a crossbar in the windows and I'm kind of leaning back and like, so I'm not visible. But then as I'm sitting there a little while later, I didn't actually see Mark Jackson walk up, but I'm like, why is DeMarcus Cousins walking down the middle of the Doco? So I'm like, well, that's weird. So anyway, I get done with my coffee meeting, but it like ends just, right after DeMarcus walks by. And so I go to leave and I'm like, I'm going to go see if I can say hi to DeMarcus. So I'm walking down towards Starbucks and Sauced. And as I'm getting down towards Sauced, like Wes is sitting on the outside, like right there, talking on the phone. I wave. He waves back. He's on the phone. I'm not going to mess with him. All of a sudden, I hear my name. I look over, and it's Leo Bias. I'm like, hey, there's Leo. What's up, Leo? He goes, did I just see DeMarcus Cousins? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, where did he go? Like, he is here. I know he's here. Because I had talked to Sean, and Sean was getting a one-on-one with him at the Cedric the Entertainer thing down in Vallejo. So I think DeMarcus probably still has his apartment here, and that's why he was here. Anyway, like I go into Starbucks, there's DeMarcus. I skip around people in line, and I just like walk up and, walk along upside him, and I'm like, hey, what's up, big boy? And, he, like, we have a really strange relationship, and we actually, like, he hugs it out, and, like, it's good. It's good to see him. He's in great shape. I asked him about his Denver experience and all that stuff. And, yeah, it was good. It was good. I asked him about Leo because Leo was right outside. He can live. I'll let him live another day because they, of course, never got along. But yeah, it was good to see him. So just like I randomly happen upon these circumstances like many, many times in my career where you're like, huh, this is kind of surreal. Why is this happening right now to me? And so yeah, it's fun.
I mean, Cuz coming back. Did he say that? Do you want to break that here on he's signing a deal with no, I'm just joking with you. No, I'm just joking.
So Wes Wilcox and DeMarcus Cousins were within 10 feet of each other and no deal was made, huh?
He walked by Wes Wilcox like right before I did. So like, yeah.
Not trying to be funny. Does DeMarcus know who Wes Wilcox is?
No, probably not.
Okay.
I think Wes knows who DeMarcus is.
Of course, right. Like I think I'd walk by Wes Wilcox and wouldn't know who he is.
Yeah. I'm excited to
know who Monte McNair was.
Yeah.
For like his first year. I'm like,
until you did walk by Monte McNair and you knew exactly who he was.
I know. Took a little time though. That was like a year and a half later. I walked by him, I said, and I passed him. Like I didn't even say it in front of him. I passed him and I said, wait a minute. Turned around, Monte McNair. He turns around. He's like, hey, how you doing?
Hey, Kenny Caraway, I know you. That's what I heard he said.
And at that point,
did you get your courtside seats,
Monte,
Kenny? Just
at that point, Monte became my guy. That's my guy, Monte McNair. We talked it out. We talked it out.
There you go.
Now, so like how was that like a random Tuesday in downtown Sacramento for you? Or do these things kind of, I know you say you always end up in these situations. Does that happen downtown more times than not, where you just get, these Kings front office guys walking around and, and handling business while they're at Fizz or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Starbucks multiple times and ran into Monty and Wes, or sat with Nemanja Bjelica while he drank his little tiny shots of espresso. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I mean that does happen in that area because they're all right there and they all walk. There's also another coffee shop that they used to go to because Starbucks was closed forever. So yeah, I mean you can actually have those moments down there, but it's not all the time. It's not all the time. You do run into players. So if you're there earlier in the day, you can run into like visiting players that are staying at the Sawyer and who have decided to just get out and kind of walk around the Doko right there. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you can run into quite a few people. It's intriguing. Like like if I saw Mark Jackson or if I saw like Mike Brown, I'm not going to stop and like they're there for a specific reason, and I'm not going to interject myself into that. When it comes to Cousins, like I've known him for a long time. We broke into the league at the same time. So my first year covering the team full time was 2010, Cousins' first year. And he was my first like one-on-one interview.
Just a quick question, Dave. Is that unique to Sacramento? Is there anywhere else in the NBA where, because I feel like the hotels and people just walking around and visiting players, front office people, like for instance, like if you now they're not at the Coliseum anymore, so it doesn't make any difference. But you wouldn't be, first of all, you shouldn't have been walking around the Coliseum anyway, but you wouldn't be walking around the Coliseum and run into Bob Myers and all this other stuff. Usually where the guys stay, the front offices, they're not necessarily around in that one area where you would have those type of interactions with all these people just being in one spot, right? Or there are places in the league that are like that.
Yeah, in Oakland, you have to be worried that the feral cats will just like drag you away and eat you. Yeah, I mean, there are feral cats everywhere, I guess, but at least they're there to watch baseball because no one else is. Anyway, yeah, I mean, certain arenas are set up where there's stuff like right near it, but Golden One is like very unique and very well done, and that's why I talk about it with Vivek. I mean, at this point, I think almost every team in the league stays at the Sawyer. Before that, there were other contracts with like Sheridan and some of the other hotels downtown. But there's actually a tunnel that goes underneath, and they can go right into their locker room by going underneath the arena from the hotel, underneath all of the downtown plaza there, and into the arena. And so it's safe. You know, they definitely it's a good spot for players, and it's a good area to run into people, because I do run into like former coaches and stuff like that who are on, you know, they're now on other teams, and you run into them in the plaza area because they know the area and they're comfortable walking out and going down to Starbucks and all that stuff. So yeah, it's kind of unique the way that Sacramento's built up that specific tight area.
Who do you think gets the job? Like, just I asked Kenny. I think Kenny kind of switched up. I think Kenny spent so much time talking about Mark Jackson this week that Kenny thinks Mark Jackson is getting the job. I'm not asking you to report anything. I'm asking you who you think gets the job.
To be fair, real quick, I thought he was getting it on Saturday when all this stuff came out. I was like, oh snap, he's going to get the job.
Okay, that's what you thought, Mark Jackson, right then. No, I think like if I'm gonna I think Mike Brown gets a job. Now I could be totally wrong, but I think in the end, if that is actually Monte McNair's guy, that the trend that we've seen over the last year is that Monte McNair seems to somehow win quite a bit of these things when it comes to, you know, who's going to go, who's going to stay, what's going to happen here, what's going to happen there. There's been a couple of times where I thought you could see that Monte won. If there's such a thing as winning against your own people.
Is that Alvin? Alvin over Doug, I guess.
Yes. I mean, that's one situation. But I think that there are other situations as well where you can see that, you know, they made a decision that was right for, you know, for them, and they waited, they were patient, and then when they made the decision, they had carte blanche to actually do it. You know, even the Tyrese Halliburton trade, you know, they knew that would be unpopular. Like they also knew that, you know, there would be a certain amount of the fans that understood it, but they still knew it would be unpopular.
Have you talked to Doug? Sorry, Casey, that just popped in my head. Have you talked to Doug?
Yeah, quite a bit.
And if you don't want to share this, that's fine. Has he been told anything by the organization, or is he just watching with the rest of us? Like, is he working? Is he doing anything that involves the Kings?
Yeah, most of the assistants are under contract through next season, and that means that they are just hanging out. And like they did have a meeting, which I did not get from him, but I know that they had a meeting where all the coaches were kind of told, like, look, we're going to make a decision on you guys as quickly as possible, but for right now, just hold tight, and we're gonna figure this thing out, and we're gonna get a head coach in here, and then we'll come back around once we get that done, and we'll figure out who's going to be here and who won't. But for right now, you guys are all under contract. You're getting paid no matter what for next season. So just kind of chill and relax, and we'll get to you guys. It's just, this is the process.
I was just thinking, have you ever noticed? Have you ever noticed how Vivek is always on the opposite side of somebody else? Like, they're never in agreement. Have you? According to reports, they never agree. Doesn't matter if it's Vlade, Monte. No, Vivek is on one side, basketball people are on the other side. Almost seems impossible.
You know, it's a good point. Like, I mean, like,
it just almost seems impossible that, wow, guess what? Vivek is on the opposite side of actually the popular belief. Almost seems impossible.
I would even say, like, when we had the Nick Stauskas draft, right? And they let Grantland in the room and record everything. And then that's the, 1, 2, 3 Nick Rocks moment, right?
Which is like, you can't shake that. Like,
no,
that's like the 4-on-5 thing. You can't shake it.
Crazy.
No, I may be writing a piece, and that may be part of the piece that I will put up later today. Yeah, like, the problem is that they went around the room and Sharif Abdul-Rahim did not believe that was the right pick and would not go 1, 2, 3 and would not participate and then was fired later that month, later that offseason. Actually, it was even worse than that. The draft was like a couple of days. He had built the summer league squad, and then they got to like, hey, we're all going to jump on the plane and go down to Las Vegas for summer league, and he was told that he was no longer invited to summer league because he was not on the same page. Yeah. So that didn't go down well. And whether he was fired or he quit or whatever, it was not a good situation.
Was that Vivek's first draft?
No, the Ben McLemore draft was the first draft.
Okay.
I believe. Yes, Ben McLemore. Yeah. Yeah, and again, that draft, C.J. McCollum was brought in 3 times, including on the Monday before the draft, like 3 days before the draft, was brought in for his 3rd interview and believed he was being drafted by the Kings. And then Ben McLemore was supposed to be in the top 3 and fell to 7, and they selected him. So, yeah. Things
Roddy hit the nail on the head. Kings really do business differently, man. Jeez, they really just do things differently.
Here's another question I wanted to ask real quick to James. James, do you trust the basketball people to get it right? I know a lot of people are always like, hey, let the basketball people do basketball things. Do you trust them to get it right and handle things right?
It's such a good question, to be honest, because I'm kind of the opinion that you trust somebody if they've worked their way up to where they are. Like Wes Wilcox was a general manager. He was an assistant in Cleveland the season before Mike Brown got the job there and went into the front office and was in Cleveland before that. I mean, he's been around the league like 16, 18 years. Monte McNair spent, 13 seasons in Houston. Like, if you work your way up through a system and you do all the jobs and you get to a point where the next logical step is for you to be a general manager and to have your own team, then yeah, like every once in a while there's somebody that gets a job like that is just like, what in the world? How did that happen? Honesty, Vlade. Like, again, that's not a dig on Vlade. Like, I loved having Vlade around, but at the same time, everyone goes, wait, who the what? Like, it's not like Vlade had been working his way up through systems. He'd been in a European scout for the Lakers or something at one point, but he's not the only one. Like, there are other situations.
Elton Brand's another one. Elton Brand played high stakes general manager and screwed it up.
John Hollinger, wasn't he? Was he a GM or was he just in the front office?
Who's that?
John Hollinger.
Oh, Hollinger.
He went from ESPN. He wasn't a GM though, was he? Was he?
No, he was an assistant GM for the Memphis Grizzlies, I believe.
That's right.
I
that's
believe.
it.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
And again,
I think Bobby was a GM too, or an assistant.
Bobby Marks
GM,
was.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Brooklyn or New Jersey, whenever it was then.
The Nets.
Yeah, the Nets. For sure. And look, John Hollinger is an incredibly bright basketball mind. Like PER, we all quote PER all the time. That literally is John Hollinger's. Like, he created PER. That's his formula. Super bright guy. It's just weird. You want to have your basketball people like have some sort of background where they've been in it and they've been doing the battle forever. And again, like, you guys can, like, all the other stuff, the outside stuff with Mark Jackson. My biggest issue with Mark Jackson is he hasn't coached in 8 years, and he only coached for 3 years, and he wasn't an assistant before that, and he hasn't been an assistant after that. It's just sheerly experience, and sure, he could step in and be a leader of men, but like, last time I checked, the Kings don't break the bank for every single assistant coach. So who are you going to surround him with, and who's his guys? Because he hasn't even coached in the league in 8 years, and so we have all of these question marks that have to be answered before you just hand a guy like that the job.
And I thought Kenny made some great points when talking about Mark Jackson earlier, especially the things that he could potentially do for De'Aaron Fox. But one of my biggest concerns, you kind of alluded to right there, who's he bringing in to coach with him? I have to imagine, like, he's not going to figure it out after Monte offers him the job. Like, it's something he's thought about. I'm confident he's contacted people about joining him. I would really hope he's contacted people about joining him on a staff. But when we look at these three coaches, I'm always try to be transparent with this. Steve Clifford, I didn't follow the Charlotte Hornets and Orlando Magic enough to tell you what I think Steve Clifford could do. I'm very well aware of him. I saw the things that he did there. I understand that he's highly respected. I like Mike Brown the most, and I think Mike Brown could probably form the best staff if given the opportunity by this organization to put together the type of staff he wants to. With Mark, at least to us from an outsider's perspective, that's a really big question mark.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's huge. I mean, you need a spectacular staff here, and like, it's not a dig on everyone's. Like, sometimes they have a good staff, sometimes they don't. Like, it fluctuates from one year to the next, and like Dave Yeager's staff wasn't like a bunch of well-known guys, but they're all really, really close. Mm-hmm. They'd all worked together for years. They'd all coached together in the minor leagues and against each other. It was a family, and I think that's one of the biggest things where Luke got off on the wrong foot in his first season. He brought in a different staff of people he did not know at all. The only one he really knew was Jesse Mermes. And you looked around, and like they were uncomfortable with each other and with us the whole season. They didn't want to step out of line because they didn't know the guy above them that well. Mm-hmm. And it was always this awkwardness. You can't have that. It doesn't matter how many team building exercises you do. You got like the trust fall, like Luke Walton, catching, one of his assistants doing the trust fall. Like, none of that works if you don't have some sort of tie that binds you. And I think basketball is that. But again, that staff that he built the first year was a train wreck. Then he made a bunch of adjustments in year 2. Didn't work out at all. Like, still the continuity wasn't there of the group. Finally, by year 3, maybe a little bit, Alvin Gentry was a big part of how they kind of pulled that thing together. But still, like, you need people who know each other and are pulling the same way and have each other's backs and who complement each other. And so I really do hope that they're able to get that component taken care of, and, maybe spend a little bit more. And, the other thing is, like, this team needs a bunch of stuff. They now need a lead trainer. They now need an entire media relations staff. They've lost their entire media relations staff. If I'm the Kings, and just so people know out there, the Golden State Warriors have the best PR staff in the NBA. They win an award every single year from the Pro Basketball Writers Association. They bend over backwards to take care of media. They're the most media-friendly group, the best. Well, Mike Brown's been working with those guys for the last 6 years. So if you can get Mike Brown here, can Mike Brown call if you got and talk one of their guys into coming and helping build out the media relations staff? And that might not seem like something that matters to people. It's a huge part of the culture of a team. The reason why the Golden State Warriors are loved is, number one, they're great at basketball. But number two, how do you think we know all about their personalities? Like, Klay Thompson has like almost zero personality in most situations, but everyone in the league loves him. We've got like surfing Klay, beach Klay. We have all these different versions of Klay Thompson. That's because their media relations staff opens the door to media, and like, you go to a shoot around and it's like 45 minutes, 15 minutes of Steve Kerr talking, answering questions. Then he stays where he's seated, and everyone just kind of goes over and hangs out with Steve Kerr and asks him questions. I've walked up to the media relations guy and say, hey, can I get Steph for a one-on-one to ask him some questions about De'Aaron? Go for it. I get Steph Curry for a one-on-one at a shoot-around. One of the greatest basketball players ever to suit up, no problems, send me right over. That's what they're like. They're like inviting, and it creates this atmosphere where it's not adversarial with the media, and it's not like a bunker mentality. And so I really do hope that they can kind of figure this thing out. It would be fun to see them kind of like build the right culture where they're not always feeling like they're about to get attacked by somebody.
Yeah.
Apologies to the Boston Celtics and to Jesse. We just really couldn't fit you in today. We need a couple more hours to fit you guys in. That's James Ham. We'll be back tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Suns.
Sorry, Jesse. Sorry, man.
Yeah, Roddy says Raymond Ritter, baby. Raymond Ritter. So people like this is what you mean. Like, there's two things I'll tell you about the Warriors media relations staff. Well, three. Number one, they stole Daryl Arata from the Kings, who's the best game book writer there ever was, and he has championship rings. I think he's got 2 rings with the Warriors and 2 rings when he did the same thing for the Chicago Bulls in the late '90s. Spectacular, and he was in Sacramento for a long time. Just incredible dude. So that's number one. They're all of their game info stuff is like top notch. Number two, Raymond Ritter calls me every single time the Kings and Warriors play, whether I'm on my way down or I'm gonna go to the arena here in Sacramento. He calls me. He goes through their stuff. He checks on me. I check on him. He tells me anything weird that's going on. We have an honest discussion every single time, and that's 4 times a year because they play each other 4 times a year. And then the kicker is, I'll tell you this, one time, because they are known as the best of the best, years ago, I went down to a Warriors game. They give you a media packet with all this stuff inside, and inside was a packet of M&Ms. And I told one of them, man, I'm just so disappointed because I don't like regular M&Ms. I like peanut M&Ms. Just being a smartass because of who they are and how well they do their job. Never again have I not got peanut M&Ms in my packet. They are so thorough, so locked in. And again, it's not that the Kings have just a horrible, like, those guys are good dudes and they're doing the best they can do. They don't have a winning basketball team, so it makes it that much more difficult. But like waiting an hour and a half after a game for De'Aaron Fox to come in and do his post game, that's not something that normally happens. And I know people are like, oh, you complain. Like, could you imagine? It's like waiting at the DMV. We're sitting in a room waiting for someone to get treatment and shower and do all of his stuff so we can do our job. And it's, again, the post-game show ends a half hour after the game. So you don't get him for post-game. Like, there's a lot of it. And so, again, like, yeah, that's a culture of excellence, Thomas. That's what we're talking about. That is exactly what, you're hoping happens here. You need a culture of excellence, and it goes from top all the way to the bottom. And, and media relations certainly isn't at the bottom. There's such a huge part of your culture. And so hopefully we start seeing some positive changes overall because, it's hard for these guys to figure their stuff out sometimes. And the constant change and the, dealing with a coach that's new every year, every other year, and trying to figure out what they like. There are times where, these guys travel with the team and all kinds of stuff. So
feels like you have a chance to really start with a clean slate here. Like if you're bringing in a new head coach, you're talking about bringing in new media people. Do what you need to do with Monte McNair and do what's right by Monte McNair, and let's get this thing off and running.
Yeah, at this point, like I told you guys before, like when you make that move at the deadline, that should buy you 2 years. Like you just changed the whole course of the franchise. In a good, solid foundational place, you probably bought yourself more like 3. But we got to see how it plays out with Sabonis and all that stuff. But you should have bought yourself like a couple of years because it's clear where the path is going, and it's clear that it's now your path. It's no one else's. There's 2 players on this team from the Vlade Divac era outside of Rashawn Holmes, which I don't count Rashawn Holmes because, again, I don't think Rashawn will be here. But that's De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes, and it's possible Harrison Barnes won't be back. So like in 2 years, he's completely turned over the roster. So you got to see what he can do. You saw the teardown. You saw that he's kept you in like unbelievable financial situation moving forward. Next summer you got like $65-70 million in cap space. So like, look, you're building something. Now let them build it. Let them build it in their vision. You hired them. You went through an interview process with them. You've let them make franchise altering trades. They've done really well in the draft. Love it or whether Davion ends up being a starter or not, that it doesn't really matter. You still found rotational players. You found a player so good you were able to trade him for a 25-year-old 2-time All-Star with the 12th pick. So let them do their thing, and that's not because I just think, Monte McNair is the most incredible thing I've ever seen. He's a really bright guy. He's been through it, and let's see what he has. Pick a path, go with it. He's your path. Now stick with it.
Agreed.
There you have it. We appreciate you guys for hanging out. We're demanding a coach by Friday at 3:00. That's our demand.
Oh, real quick before we go, I want the people to hear this too. James, you think Dillon Brooks should be suspended?
I think league precedent is that no, he should not. I know it's the playoffs, but I watched what happened to Chimezie Metu, and they did nothing. The league did absolutely nothing. He didn't even get a fine. So the standard is what the standard is, and I would kind of side that probably not. I don't think it's cool. I don't think it. I feel horrible for Gary Payton, whatever. Gary Payton Second. Yeah. I feel horrible for him because, he is a guy like Metu who's clawing his way into the league, who's fighting tooth and nail, and then you see somebody who really could have ended his career. I mean, we don't know. It's a broken elbow. Like, how bad is it? How long is it? He could miss all of next season. Like, we just don't know. So, yeah, I mean, someone makes a point. Grayson Allen did get suspended. And going back to Kings lore, Anthony Peeler got suspended. And that cost the Kings. That probably cost them the series against Minnesota, right? I think it was he threw a forearm into the face of Kevin Garnett, right? Yeah. And they of course were friends. Interesting situation, but I don't think the league is going to step up and do anything. I mean, has the Morris twin, they got shoved by Jokic, has he ever played again?
No, I don't think he came back all year.
I think he did. Yeah. But he was out a really, really long time.
Yeah.
He was out a really long time. Yeah. Before he came back.
Well, yeah. I don't think you can always, you can't attach the injury to it. And I get Steve Kerr's frustration and anger. And I think it is good that he puts that out there. But, again, that's a hard-nosed player. He's someone who fouls hard quite often. You just don't usually see it like that. Yeah. And you remember we had it in the situation in Sacramento where Vince Carter hit, who's a former Warrior, Patrick McCaw.
I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was violent, and he flipped him, and McCaw almost ended his career. He had a major neck injury and was out forever. Yeah. And again, he didn't mean to, but it happened, and you knew it was dangerous, especially for a guy like Vince, who's up there all the time, throughout his career. You wouldn't want someone touching you like that, hitting you hard. The wind-up, I mean...
I think he will be suspended.
I'm going to say 1 game, but I don't think they'll do anything more than that. And I think that, again, is warranted, and, yeah.
All right. We love y'all, man. Thanks for another great day, and talk about the Celtics tomorrow. See you.